you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. White boys, comic book reader. Don't buy my book. Don't buy my book. I literally can't even think. We can have a little conference on that. Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Comic book reader. Comic book reader. May I curse? White boys, don't read them.
I have an important message for you. You did it. I'm super proud of you.
Yay!
You did it!
Yay!
There is nothing inherently masculine of heroism. There's nothing inherently masculine of heroism. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. Magic!
Yay!
Yay!
You did it!
Yay!
Indisputable truth.
So don't.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, and you're watching Ethan Van Sciver, comic book artist extraordinaire and illustrator of my book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos, on ComicArtistPro Secrets. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's me, Ethan Van Sciver, a 28-year veteran of the comic book industry. Good to be with you. I just woke up just a few minutes ago. Was looking around, seeing what's going on. Decided I should do a live stream before we get to work. We've got a lot of work to do today. Hi, hello. We do have a lot of people in here so far. 188, not bad for 1:30 in the morning. Share this video out. Let people know. Let people know that I'm live streaming right now. I'm here to be with you guys and enjoy what you have to say to me. That is right. Woke up from a diabetic coma? No. I'm on a schedule where I'm up at night. I've been kind of enjoying the fact that I'm getting work done. I'm actually cranking Cyberfrog pages out, which is a lot of fun. I start work around now. And the house is quiet. So by the time 8 rolls around, 8 in the morning, I've already got half a page finished, penciled and inked. Andrea comes downstairs and says, okay, I need help with the kids, getting them, up. And she goes, wow, you got work done. I said, yes, I got work done. That's what I do. Stay down here and I draw quietly with my headphones on, listening to, what am I listening to lately? Listening to Howard Stern lately. Listen to a little Howard Stern. Ethan has his drawing sleeve on. That's right. I do. Ethan's nocturnal. Yeah, just for now. I mean, look, it's temporary, I hope. I just want to get Wreck Planet finished. It's boot camp. Wreck Planet needs to get done, needs to get finished and off to shipping. And we've already got the Chinese printing up Cyberfrog warts and all. And it's happening very, very quickly. Let me just show you. It looks like communism to me. I don't know, but yeah, it is too loud. You're right about that. But yeah, we've got everything happening. We've got the books coming in, and we have lots of toys happening as well. Making a bunch of stuff, guys. It's very it's fun. It is fun. So we're gonna get these books done. We're gonna get them out, and it is going to be an absolute delight. Brad Frederick says, is Death Sting done? No. I got to do that too. I want to get a lot of books drawn this year. This year, I told Andrea one of my resolutions is not only to lose a good 50 pounds, it's also to gain 50 or 5. What would it be? 50,000 subscribers. That is one of my goals. I would like to get to 200,000 subscribers by the end of this year. I think that would be great. But also to draw comics as though I were still working at DC, meaning faster, more of them, more plentiful. We've got a lot of stuff to do. Let me see here. Angry Baneling. Wow. Thank you for a little money there. He says, Uncle E, why did you delete your last live stream? It was awesome. I was only halfway through it when it got, when you yanked it. Praise the sun. I'm doing the same thing. I can only leave these live streams up for a limited amount of time. Anybody who wants to copy them and put them on a second channel themselves is welcome to do so. It's public property, but live streams are not staying up too long because of my goal to grow this channel. It does kind of put the brakes on channel growth. Dominic V says, Hail EVS, please help Ritter get Starblades out. I need that with Rainbow, Cyberfrog 2, and Snowmen. Yeah, I talked to Kyle about that. Kyle's having trouble finding a printer, and I did reach out to him and say, do you want me to do it for you? And that's not to say publish Starblades through All Caps Comics, but sure. I mean, I would if he wanted me to. We'd publish Starblades. And he said, yes, please do. And I said, is everything finished? And I didn't really hear back from him yet. So I'm waiting to hear from Kyle about that. But yeah, I'd be happy to get things printed. We're figuring things out. I'm fairly independent at this point. I still need help with some things. I do have some former DC people who were helping me do the toys and merchandise that's way over my head. I mean, that, and by the way, warts and all, also getting that printed way over my head. I didn't know how to get that thing done the way I wanted it to get done. So I hired people to help me with that. But for the most part, just publishing a comic book is easy. We can do that. Amit Reina, thank you for joining the channel. My friend, thank you for your support. I know you're a big supporter of my work and, everything that I do. Let me see here. Yeah, appreciate it. Ethan on the grind. Less pies, more art. That is the goal going forward. Well, I mean, I haven't had anything sweet except for fruits. I've been eating like apples and things like that. But I have a bag of Granny Smith apples on the floor here for snacking. Maybe finish it before you pass on from being fat as fuck, says Jabba the Coach. Yeah. Fine, Jabba the Cock. Al M, thanks for a $2 super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, nice to catch one of your live streams. It's good to have you here. Even though, this is going to be, I'd probably be a quick one. I don't know. I don't really know. Like I said, I have been working like crazy. What's rude? People are rude to me, Flint Talk. You're right. Constantly telling me I'm going to die from being morbidly obese. I don't even think I'm that fat. I mean, I'm fat. Sure, I put on a little weight. I'd like to lose that weight. I'd like to drop 50 pounds and gain 50,000 subscribers. That is the goal for 2021. But there's no need to point it out to me all the time. You don't think I'm aware? You don't think that I'm fully aware of my morbid obesity? My morbid obesity. I would just like shirts to button and stay buttoned. My goal for 2021 is to wear a button-up shirt and to be able to sit down and it not come unbuttoned at the bottom like that. That's my goal. That's when I'll know. I don't need you guys to tell me anything. You guys don't need to say, oh, you look great, Ethan, although you will. You guys don't need to say things like that to me. I will know already. I will know. Matt Martin was here the other day, was good enough to actually preserve some photographs of us from the past. And alarming. I used to have a jawline. Look at me here. Handsome. Look at my hair. Everything's changed. Everything's changed except for my fashion sense. That is still the same. That has remained the same. But I look at that. Andrea, by the way, loves it. Andrea said, oh, my God. Like, Andrea swooned over this picture. She's like, there you are. There's the Ethan I met. Where are you? Where did that Ethan go? I ate that Ethan. That Ethan is gone. The The nose state. That is true. Oh my God. Here we go. Invest in Velcro shirts. I don't think Velcro would help either. I think the Velcro would rip open, you know. Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah. I know. The nose has always been there. It probably looked worse back then when I was skinnier. Just raid Gail Simone's wardrobe and skip the bike. That would solve everything. I could just wear muumuus. If I could just wear large clothing, I wouldn't have to exercise. I mean, I refuse to wear 5XL. You guys, you know at this point, you guys have poisoned that idea for me. There's no chance that I will ever wear 5XL clothing just because you guys would laugh at me. So enough. The line has to be drawn at some point. It does. What is the difference between, what exactly is the difference between grunge young men? Yeah, what is the difference between 3 young men who are dressed in grunge and lesbians? Exactly. I mean, that is the thing. You look back at those pictures and it's just like there's not much of a difference, between young men dressed in grunge clothing and just lesbians in 2021. We look very similar. There's not a lot that you can do about that. Ethan, is more 90s than Rob Liefeld Levi's commercial. Well, thank you very much. I like the 90s. I thought the 90s were great. Well, we got craziness going on in the world today, guys. I don't know if you're aware of it. I think that's probably why you come here. You come here to say, Ethan, what are the lunatics doing right now? What are they up to? Well, they're up to crazy stuff. Wait, Ethan, what's your weight goal? My weight goal. I don't want to say. My weight goal is 200 pounds. That's my weight goal. Ultimately, I think with this frame, I think I could carry 200 pounds of muscle very well. I think that would be nice. I don't need to get down to 180. I'm 6 foot tall. I don't need to be 180 anymore. That was me at 180, I think. The picture that you just saw. I don't need to be that. But 200 pounds will be just fine. Oh my God. You guys derail me. Well hung in dunks. Cecil says, and Donald Trump all permanently suspended from Twitter. Name a more iconic trio. Oh, wait. Did you get suspended from Twitter too? Oh, I was going to say this. Yeah, I also got suspended from Twitter. There's a whole movement of people trying to get me suspended from Twitter anyway. They're very excited about it. These bitches, they're just like, hey, you suspended Trump from Twitter. So how much longer until Ethan Van Sciver is suspended from Twitter? Now. Do it now. Diddy Mao. Suspend me now. I refuse to leave. And Zach is just like, hey, man, you should just quit Twitter. I am not quitting anything. You will have to boot me out. And I'm looking forward to the reason why. What is it going to take for me to get kicked off of Twitter? I speak the truth. I'm not out here causing trouble. I'm not just out here randomly firing shots. I am saying things that make sense. I am saying things that are fair. I'm saying things that are impossible to scrutinize. And yet you have communists. You have these little weirdos. They're all a bunch of bisexuals. Why? Why are there all these bisexuals and furries that want me kicked off of Twitter? What did I do to them? Nothing. I put it to you, I did nothing to bisexuals and furries. Not at all. Nothing. And then look at them. Look at this. Don't be shy, Twitter support. Do Ethan Van Sciver next. 336 likes. There are 336 people out there that want me to be removed. They want me to be deplatformed. They want me kicked off of Twitter. And they can't do it. Just do it. Just kick me off of Twitter. I just laugh in patriarchy. By the way, this is my go-to picture for everything when dealing with feminists now. I think if you are, I don't know how young ladies feel about this image. But I'm pretty sure that older women find this to be repugnant. This is a handsome, wealthy, groomed white gentleman who is laughing at your efforts. You know, laughing at your demand to be equal. I like this. I like this image a lot. If I were a feminist, if I were like a feminist activist, I would find this picture to be incredibly frustrating. That's what I like about it. So I'm laughing in patriarchy. I guess I do represent the patriarchy. I'm happy to be that. I think men are great. You know, I think we do things better. I think we do things better than women do. Most things, except for that one thing. That one thing women do better than us. Look at this. You say that, but people would forget you exist within a week. Start now. My God, when are people going to forget that I exist? I don't want SJWs to know that I exist. It would be great if people could. The more people tell me, that I am irrelevant. I mean, it's crazy. It's like, just let me be irrelevant then. Leave me alone. They will not. People will not forget that I exist. It's been 3 years and none of you can stop. I like using their own words, harassing me. So I seriously doubt it. Laughing. Chen 6 Demon Bag. How dare you? How dare you? All right. So this is the thing. We're waiting now. They're calling on Twitter support to get me banned, to get me kicked. That's 9 quote tweets. Let's see here. Please, Jack. Please. Jack, please kick Ethan off your platform. Please kick Ethan off your platform. Oh my God. Is he? Oh, he's a he, him, they. He's a he, him, they. I don't know what that means. Twitter support, Twitter safety. Please, guys. How much longer do we have to wait before Ethan Van Sciver cannot tweet anymore? God, I hope they do. Please kick Ethan off. We got to do it. Please. Black Lives Matter yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Kick Ethan off Twitter, please. Heretic says, don't be shy, Jack Kevorkian, and do her next. That is fuck. Disavow. I disavow that statement. I completely disavow. Do not do that. All right, so that's all we see. So I guess everybody else who liked and shared this comment has me blocked. Terrible. So I had to announce today, that these efforts were a success. They were a success. I have been deplatformed. Much to everyone's alarm, much to everyone's shock and dismay. I have officially been deplatformed. No longer. Well, I made the announcement to let people know. Maybe some people make videos about it. I've been banned from Twitter. Okay. 334 likes. The same amount of people who wanted me booted from Twitter on that little communist bitches tweet are celebrating. They're celebrating me getting banned from Twitter. It happened. What am I supposed to do? I've been banned from Twitter. Oh, 1 quote tweet here. What's that say? The quartering. Alert the quartering, Dan. Maybe the quartering can do a video about it. According to Ethan Van Sciver on Twitter, he's been banned from Twitter. What is going on? When are these neo-Marxists going to stop silencing conservative speech? When is it going to happen? Please. Please stop. We don't do that. We don't silence, left-wing speech. We just don't do that. That's ridiculous. Why are they silencing us? Well, there was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That was God, though. That wasn't us. That was God that did that. I've been banned from Twitter. I fear something terrible has happened. By the way, the older I get, the more I realize I'm starting to look like Alec Guinness. If I lose a little weight, if I lose the weight that I want to lose, you're going to be looking at Alec Guinness. You guys are going to be saying Ethan Van Sciver, Jedi Master. Knew it all along. We knew there was something that we liked about Ethan. It's that he's Alec Guinness. He looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi in his old age. Cecil's my Yoda. He's my little Yoda fellow. Yeah. I've been banned from Twitter. People were stunned by this. And then, you know, okay, they restored my Twitter. Oh shit, I've been banned again. So I think something happened where like I appealed it. They restored it for a second and then they had second thoughts and then they banned me again. I don't know. It's frustrating. For a minute, I thought I was going to be able to. This is where I speak to the people. Twitter is where I speak to people. You know, they banned me. They found out that I went to Parler and they shut the whole site down. That was an overkill. You know, talk about killing a mouse with a nuke. I'm just a mouse, just a frog. Talk about killing a frog with a nuke. They found out I went to Parler. They killed the whole website. Twitter is a little bit, they're using a scalpel. All right. They're using a scalpel to excise the cancer that is Ethan Van Sciver. All right. That's fine. That is fine. By the way, this is ridiculous here. Wonder Woman has submitted, or Warner Brothers has submitted Wonder Woman 1984 for consideration for 15 Academy Awards, including Best Actress, Best Director, Best Picture. I don't think any other movies even came out in 2020, and this still isn't the best of them. 0 other movies came out, and this still would not win Best Picture. This is a terrible. Why are they doing this? Submitting Wonder Woman 1984 for anything. Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress. I mean, I like Gal Gadot. I do. Best Actress as Wonder Woman? No. Maybe as Cleopatra. We'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to Cleopatra. I like that asp titty. Yeah. It's going to be good. All right. What else is going on really quick here? Some people saying, hey, how are you able to tweet if you've been banned from Twitter? Possibly because SJW's got me banned from Earth 1 Twitter. I'm currently tweeting from Earth 5. I did learn a little bit from Dan DiDio in my time over at DC Comics. Dan loves that multiverse shit. I don't love it at all. I just don't even get it. I don't get it. Best Actress, Tyler Perry, says Diablo AZ. I'm willing to consider it. Send me an envelope with a DVD of his performance. Best use of gold wings. I'm sure if you give me some time, I could find a better one. I mean, I'm saying that even though there were not very many movies this year, maybe 3, competition is still fierce for Best Picture if Wonder Woman 84 is to be considered. It's crazy. Give me a break. Joseph says, oh, so you're just trolling us about Twitter. I don't do anything wrong. I give the appearance of doing things that are wrong. I think that's the thing. I think that's what drives them crazy. Really analyze me. I don't do anything wrong. There's nothing that I've ever done or said that could get me in trouble in any way. SJWs have images of me on my old Facebook account laughing at Based Stickman breaking a stick over the head of a communist. And I love that. I watched that 100 times and I laughed myself silly. They said, this is Ethan Van Sciver supporting inciting an insurrection or something like that. I don't. My whole, and I don't support that. I do support myself laughing when a bunch of people dress up to LARP as, I don't know what, you're dressed all in black. You know, you got mace. You go to a public park and you war with Based Stickman and a bunch of people carrying flagpoles that are transparently being used as weapons. You want to go do that and make videos, I'm going to look at them and laugh. And if somebody, especially somebody who is, Antifa, gets a stick broken over his head in one of those videos, I'm going to probably find that amusing. I said, I'm sure his skull has healed by now. I should be said, well, what's your excuse? When is your head going to get fixed? I don't know. Jury's still out on that. Probably never. I'm probably stuck like this, ladies. There's nothing that I can do about it. Yeah, I know this is right. Ethan is a good boy. SJW just won't leave him alone. Why will they not leave me alone? Non-binary ninjas. In the meantime, we have people who actually are saying crazy shit. And they are losing their jobs. It's not me. I can't possibly. I would never fire myself. I am self-employed. Actually, you guys are my employers. If anything, you're my customers. PBS fires principal counsel Michael Beller after advocating for putting children in camps and attacking the White House. So this is this might be like a fireable offense, I guess. Michael Ross says every single category will be Wonder Woman, Tenet, and Trolls this year. I'm predicting a sweep for Trolls. That movie sucks. Ava watches Trolls nonstop. I want to blow my brains out. I can't take it. That is the worst shit. Hold on a second. We'll get back to this in a minute. Trolls. It's the worst. I can't stand it. It is, it stars a female character who can do anything. She's a complete Mary Sue. And her one flaw, she has a flaw. They've, like, the producers of this movie, the writers thought she does have a flaw. We don't want her to be a Mary Sue. We're aware that, we've heard this criticism that we create Mary Sue characters, this pink troll character. Her one flaw is that she doesn't listen to other people. She should just listen to other people. Her flaw is that she's an annoying bitch. Trolls is weird. Trolls has like male characters that give birth and everything. It is it's an SJW Wonderland. My daughter just watching that. She loves it. Trolls. Horrible. Listening is a great strength, says Mad G. I do agree. But if you don't listen, it's okay. You don't have to. I wouldn't listen to them. Like, you don't have to listen to social justice warriors. I don't think me not listening to them is my problem. I think them not shutting the fuck up is their problem. That's how I see things. The older I get, the wiser I get. Male pregnancy. That's what it's got. It's got some glittery troll who shoots a baby out of his anus, and it's like the baby is glittery too. I mean, I'm in hell when I watch that. I cannot suppress the vomit when I watch that movie, and I've seen it 100 times now. Every time I see it, I'm annoyed. Yeah. Well-read user says you should listen to us. Yeah, maybe a little. Reed Moore says it's got some good songs. Yeah, it does. It has some good songs. I like pop songs. I like pop music. So Ethan is anorexic now, says Jamie Max. Yeah, I have an eating disorder now. I no matter how skinny I get, I look in the mirror and go, I'm still too fat. I'm still too heavy. That's my problem right now. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going through. Terrible eating disorder. Taking all these pills, taking a bunch of emetics, just vomiting up everything that I eat. Cecil says I'm dangerously thin. I am. I have a problem. Let me send Cecil the link if he wants to come in here. I don't know what Cecil's doing. You never know what he's up to. Cecil's something else. The world loves Cecil. Cecil is kind of neutral about the world. He's got his feelings. I got this feeling. Let's see. Going through my old emails for fan art. Found this. What is this? Cecil, bring that with you. All right, Cecil, I sent you the link. Come on in here. Cecil sent me a video that he found, a video clip where I'm video clip where I'm talking about Fantastic Four number 28, which stars Hitler. So he, yeah. Let me see. Braden Dykstra brings the sincerity. Ethan, you seriously look thinner. Concerned here. Yeah. It's going to be like an episode of Saved by the Bell, where one of them has an eating disorder. It's a real problem. And his friends have to come together to fix it. Somebody fix this. I haven't eaten any. I don't eat anymore. I'm afraid of pie. Somebody fix my problem so I can eat pie again. Somebody fix this problem so I can eat some pie. Get me healthy. I'm dangerously toothpick twiggy thin at this point. I need some help. I need you guys. PBS fires principal counsel Michael Beller after advocating for putting children in camps. There's nothing wrong with sending your kid to camp. Send your kid to camp. That's what I did over the summer. I think we send Kaylee to camp. She likes it. It's summer camp. They do swimming. They do crafts. They do sports. It's good for them. Otherwise, they just lay around the house like they're doing right now during the pandemic, so we can't get shit done. Nah, no problem. Send kids to camp. Now, attacking the White House, that is a problem. You don't want to attack the White House. Don't do that. Let's see what this says. PBS, the producers of Sesame Street, announced they fired their principal counsel, Michael Beller, after it was revealed by Project Veritas. He advocated for putting children, in re-education camps and throwing Molotov cocktails at the White House. What? I think we should put children in re-education camps, and I think we should throw Molotov cocktails at the White House. Who's with me? Who's with me? Armed insurrection. All right. Earlier on Tuesday, January 12th, Project Veritas published a video featuring Michael Beller, the principal counsel for the Public Broadcasting Service. That's PBS. That is PBS. The video begins with Beller screeching, "Even if Biden wins, we go for all the Republican voters, and Homeland Security will take their children away, and we'll put them into re-education camps." This guy wants to come to your... These people are fucking nuts. They won a presidential election. They think that now they're able to turn the country into Nazi Germany. 200 Watt Studio says, "You're not anorexic. You're just right, fatty." Oh, thank you, 200 Watt Studio, for $2. I appreciate you. Probably you can't do that. I understand. I understand your desire to. But some people got to take your kids away too. I think we've got to. It's getting a little weird. I'd like to put them into re-education camps called churches. Yeah, we'd like to take your kids away and put them into re-education camps. They're called churches. You know, teach these kids to do something other than to apply their own makeup and go on drag shows. Look at these kids doing drag show performances for them. These people are fucked up. All right, the video then cuts to another clip of Beller stating, "In these times, which are unique." I mean, Trump is close to Hitler. Close to Hitler. We got the count here. I don't know why John F. Trent chose these particular illustrations. I guess because the count is a vampire. Cuties class. Yeah. Got to put these kids into cuties re-education camps. The next clip sees Beller responding to a question about if Joe Biden does not win the election. He says, "Go to the White House and throw Molotov cocktails." It's all perfectly reasonable. Beller is also heard saying on the video, "Kids who are growing up, knowing nothing but Trump for 4 years, you've got to wonder what they're going to be like. They'll be raising a generation of intolerant, horrible people. Horrible kids." Yeah. He is then heard talking about enlightenment camps. He went on to describe them. "They're nice. They have Sesame Street characters in the classrooms and they watch PBS all day." So basically it's like my living room. Because that's what my living room looks like right now. Big, gigantic, fluffy Cookie Monster toys everywhere. And the TV. I have not watched an R-rated movie in 5 years, 4 or 5 years. I forgot what that was like. I go upstairs, crack a beer open, get some Fritos. Sit on the couch, watch a movie. What are we watching? We're watching Rambo 3. Just decompress. No. It's nonstop. Yeah. It's nothing but nonstop trolls. Sesame Street, Badanamu. I can't take it. I'd like to watch a little Rambo. Little Rambo every now and then. Can't. Kids are around. Go watch it in the basement. Go watch it. I will not watch it in the basement. I will not. Rich Spec for $10 says stripper, drag queen, children, killing police, taking over cities and their infrastructures. All fine and dandy if you believe what you're told. If not, no Twitter for you. Yeah, no Twitter for me. Sesame Camp is a great idea. So Sesame Camp, you will have these furry, colorful characters teaching your children about Marxism, why capitalism is evil. What is Big Bird doing here? Is Big Bird supposed to be a dinosaur, like one of those spitting? I guess they're just like dinosaurs. Bella would go on to be heard insulting millions of Americans, describing them as dumb and stupid. He states, Americans are so fucking dumb. You know, most people are dumb. And they are. Bella went on to say, it's good to live in a place where people are educated and know stuff. Could you imagine if you live in one of these other towns or states where everyone's just stupid? Oh my God. Project Veritas also recorded Beller discussing COVID-19. He stated, what's great is that COVID is spiking in all the red states right now. So that's great. When asked why he thinks it's great, he says, because either those people won't come out to vote for Trump, you know, the red states, or a lot of them are sick and dying. They're sick and dying. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, it's funny. Let me see this guy here.
Anyone Biden wins, you go through all the Republican voters, and Homeland Security will take your children. How about that? And we'll put them into re-education camps.
Amen.
Amen.
Which are unique. It's close to him.
What are we going to do if we don't like it?
Go to the White House and throw Molotov cocktails.
I can't. Why are they like this? Why are these people so hateful? Why can't they just appreciate us for how wonderful we are? I don't understand. Let me ask Cecil. Cecil, why?
I don't know. It's driving me crazy.
I wish these people would just look at us and see that we are better than them.
I mean, I just a cursory glance at me, and they should know I'm their better.
Yeah. You know, they've had every chance to re-educate my child, especially this guy. But again, it is nonstop Sesame Street in my house. Nonstop. Elmo's Alphabet Jungle Adventure. And by the way, Sesame Street, what the fuck? I'm noticing a lot of satanic subliminal messages in there.
I thought that's on Sesame Street's is still on PBS or no?
It's on HBO, but we don't really, it doesn't matter. Like, we watch Sesame Street on YouTube. You know, we will buy Sesame Street programs so that we can watch the same ones. Kids like to watch the same thing. You know what I mean? They watch the same Disney movie.
But HBO Max doesn't have it on demand?
I don't know.
Why don't you save a couple bucks there?
No, well, YouTube is free. I'm not worried about that, you know. And on the rare occasion that, I mean, these are like special. Who cares? Shut up, Cecil. How you doing? How's your day going today?
I don't like this crazy money you're spending. You're buying Mercedes. You're throwing Burger King in the garbage.
I drove that today. I had to call the IRS and say to the IRS, can you please send us a letter saying that you know that our business address is now my current address, you know, because we moved. So we started the business in the old house that we were renting, and then we moved. And we know that the IRS knows, but we never got an official letter from them acknowledging it. So I had to call the IRS and just say, hey, send me this letter. And they said it'll take a couple weeks. Fuck. Couple weeks. So I couldn't get a license plate, you know, that this was a company vehicle.
Well, you want commercial plates?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
not going to be a pain in the ass with driving then.
I don't know why.
What about your town? They allow you to park a commercial vehicle in your driveway?
I'm going to say that they're not going to notice. You know, I'm not sure. We're out in the woods. It's not like there's a hall monitor walking around taking notes. There's just a really nice Mercedes Sprinter in our driveway. And my driveway is pretty deep. I don't think they're going to really fuck them. I'm going to do what I want. So in order to get tax benefits from having this vehicle, yeah, you need to have the plates on there. You need to do everything right. So I finally got my papers today, my paperwork from the IRS, and I got in the van. I started up. I took it for a drive. I thoroughly enjoy driving that thing. When I'm in it, I feel like I'm driving a big truck. I know I'm not. It's the biggest vehicle I've ever owned. I know it's not a Mack truck, but man, I was meant in another life to be a trucker.
You got the build for it.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Cecil. You're saying I'm fat.
I don't. No. What would they call you? What would your trucker name be?
I would like to think that I would be called Frogman.
No.
Hey, Frogman. They'd say, "What's up, Frogman?" You know.
Let's see what the chat says.
All the hookers in the truck stops. We go, "Here comes Frogman."
The lot lizards.
The lot lizards. Here comes Frogman. Better go into the gas station rest stop, freshen up down there. Here comes the Frogman. AKA, this is presuming I wasn't married, Cecil, and I had an active dating life with women of the night. You know, whores.
People are saying pop. No, come on. People are saying mean trucker names: Pie Goblin, Rubber Cookie. Rubber Cookie.
AKA Pat says, I love late night van talk. Trial by Fire is now on Indiegogo. All right, look. Trial by Fire, guys. On Indiegogo. Cecil, you're getting very close to 4,000 backers on Cash Grab. I noticed that
is a little worrisome for me because I casually said last week on the Jack Show, I think Anna was, will you drink on next week's Jack Show if we get you to 4,000? And I was like, yeah, because there was no fucking chance. And then all of a sudden it just rang up a bunch. And,
I mean, you have an oath. You swore a holy, sacred oath to yourself, your family, your friends, and God that you would not drink through the month of January. And here you are. You're just you made this promise to your fans that you would drink in January if it got to 4,000 backers, and you were only 33 away.
One night only. It's just when I'm hosting Jack Show this week, so I will do it shit faced if it hits 4,000. I don't know if it will. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't.
I mean, that would be crazy. That would be you breaking a promise to everyone that you would be breaking a promise to God. Think about that.
If I drank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only would you get me drunk, you'd also, condemn my soul to hell for eternity.
Yeah.
Who needs that? I don't need that.
Text Jen for $5 says everyone's priorities: COVID, rent bills, elections, PBS, Elmo, Revolutionary Front. Yeah. Mouse Thong says if you watch the whole thing, it's pretty scary to know people like him are in power. We laugh at him, but he was serious how much he hates the right. Yeah, like if anybody needs to be re-educated, it is these people. I mean, their hatred, their utter hatred. And what is their hatred for? Like, why would they hate?
They can't explain it. By the way, Darth Itchith, he's got your name. Bullfrog would be.
Bullfrog would be good.
That would be a good name for you. You look like, here comes Bullfrog.
Here comes Bullfrog. I'd be like, 10-4, good buddy.
They can't explain it. It's just when they're saying all this stuff, like I've all my friends out here are liberal and I'm just like, but what's the policy? Like, what's the thing he did that was so bad? And they're like, They can't answer it. They go, it's the general feeling. And
That's right.
And I'm like, this much hatred, and you'd think you'd have like be able to rattle off, a half hour's worth of shit. They can't rattle off one thing. They're just like, it's the general tone is what someone said. He changed the general tone of the country. I said,
yeah, I don't think he did. I think that they did.
What do you? So much fucking insane hatred, and no one can vocalize or verbalize what the fuck is so wrong. I'm like, he stopped the wars. The economy was booming. I'm like, what's the big thing that is like that changed in your life that makes you this mad 24/7? And they're just like, they get mad at you for asking it, like because there's no answer. They
were instructed. These people who are calling most of the country dumb were instructed to hate Trump. They were programmed to hate Trump over the course of 4 years. And it started out with some absurd reason that Trump was a puppet of the Russians. That's what it started as. And then it slowly devolved into other bullshit. But holy cow, like they were instructed, they were programmed to hate this guy. Meanwhile, they're calling the rest of the country stupid and dumb, and they still have this sense that they are superior in some way. But they are cows. They are sheep. These people
they're
are
literally
led. And
I can honestly say most of my friends are highly intelligent. I'm talking about like high-end law firms, engineers, and I'm just like, I'm amazed. They literally turn that part of their brain off. They're just like, whatever the news said, they turn off any critical thinking, and I'm just like, I started to talk to somebody. He wanted me to explain it, and I said to him offhand, I'm like, I'm not going to try to change your mind. And he's like, why not? And I'm like, because people have spent billions of dollars to get you to think exactly the way you think. And he got really mad. I thought we were going to get into an actual fight. When he said that, he's like, bullshit, blah, blah, blah. I said, name one policy that you don't have in common with Nike, HBO, NFL. Name one thing you disagree with every major corporation. Name one thing. And they just fucking turn red and they're like, fuck you. That's their answer is fuck you. They can't. You. Yeah.
That's my answer to you too, most of the time. Diablo AZ says, sober Cecil, can you do sober Smugless?
I'm always sober.
Yeah.
What am I at today? How many? 4 million subs?
Yeah. Unhinged Entertainment says, if Cecil drinks this month, it'll break a promise he made to my heart. Oh, good. So that's a bonus, Cecil. Sean Hollywood says, no drawings or pies and gulag, CVS. Bring monocles. I will. I'll smuggle them in. Antoine Dennison says, folks who hate the right have depraved lifestyles. Well, I find that to be true. Everyone who hates me on Twitter, I just take a quick look, and consistently they are trans, bisexual, furries. And, to them, I go, okay, why are you all like that? Why is it that people who are, a little bit eccentric in that department have a problem with me? I feel like I'm hip, Cecil.
Yeah, you're a hip dude.
I'm hip to that. I'm hip to dressing up like an animal and
you're young, urban, and erudite. That's how I would describe you.
Thank you. Yes. Rich Speck says, did you guys see the woman go after Schumer at his press conference live today? He was such a coward. All he could say was, please remove her. I didn't see that. I hate all these people. I am out of politics. I'm not paying attention to what's going on day to day. Not at all. The fool always considers himself superior. Fact, says Mr. Reborn. Yes, Cecil. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of these things where, first of all, these people cannot be trusted with any power, because the first thing that they wanted to do, the minute that they had the prospect of having power, was utterly destroy the people they've decided were their enemies. Let's make it so that they are, let's take their children away from them, put them in re-education camps. Let's silence their voices on social media. What else, Cecil?
Yeah, I don't think they understand like the backfiring. Yeah, it's completely. It's if you went to the rally or whatever that was, the speech that Trump did, they're putting on no-fly lists. Or people are calling their they want people to be, unemployed, unable to travel. And then what do you think that's going to win them over? You're just going to have people. They're just radicalizing people.
Well, they're setting the rules too. I mean, it's like if this is the way it is, then that's guess what? Here's the thing about this. I remember in 2008 and 2012, it seemed like there was no way Republicans were ever going to get power back again. And indeed, in 2016, it also seemed like Democrats were similarly run amok, and then they'd never have power again. Events shape presidencies. Events shape politics. The pandemic couldn't have been foreseen except by the Chinese. And that's largely the reason why Trump lost this election the way that he did. Republicans are going to be in power again, and when they are, they're not going to forget this. They're not going to forget the way that the rules were changed and bent, decency, the lies, all of this stuff. They're not going to forget that. It will swing back. The pendulum will swing back. It'll be harder and harder. Just make this country, make people's lives worse and worse. Unlike me, Sean Hollywood, I make everybody's life better. Check out the new Cadbury cream egg ad. Oh, I can't even watch it. All right, let's watch. Cecil, do you know about this?
No, but I like Cadbury cream egg. Are you miserable too? By the way, I lied a week ago when I said I put on the weight. I said I put on 14 pounds.
Yeah.
I put on 24 pounds, and I was actually, can you imagine, even with a mask on and anonymous, I was still fucking embarrassed. But I put on 24 since the beginning of November, and then starting January, I've dropped 10 so far.
Really?
But see what I mean? Now I got to lose the same 24 pounds. If I had stayed on track. Oh my God.
Well, I'm proud of you, Cecil.
I was but I know I'm miserable. I'm like starving myself. I've done like 10 pounds in a week. Got down.
I am, I'm losing weight too pretty rapidly, but I'm not miserable. I feel good. I'm eating a lot of fish, and it's making me a little bit sharper, and it feels all right. It feels okay. I ate a couple slices of pizza 2 days ago, which did not feel good. All right, here comes the Cadbury cream egg commercial.
I like them, but you're not. Are you miserable from not eating? Eating is so good, though, right?
It hasn't hit me yet. To be honest with you, I don't miss it yet. And plus I had that pizza. It wasn't that great, but it was like 2 big slices of pizza. I rolled them over into one like sandwich, and then I snarfed it down. I just and because it was carbs, it was just carbs, and it felt awful afterwards. I was upset that I ate it, but at the time, like, it was weird how ravenous I was for them. I'm not miserable. I'm kind of happy lately.
There is a switch that turns over probably around. I'm almost there. It's about the 2-week time. If you're really low carb for like 2 weeks, you start to like that constant like feeling, it starts to go away.
Yeah. Brian Babin says, Cecil, you don't have to starve yourself. Just focus on staying faithful to whatever diet you're on. I eat as much as now as when I was big, but it's all diet worthy. So you can eat a lot of stuff, Cecil. It just can't be good.
No, I went down 50 pounds just doing intermittent fasting. And then when you do fasting, I tend to eat better when I do cheat, or not cheat. During my days where I eat, I don't really then eat junk food, because it's like, I don't want to fucking have wasted the last 3 days that I fasted.
Oh, who cares? Cecil, it doesn't matter that we're fat. Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter. All right, here we go.
It's the Cream Egg Golden Jubilee. Time to celebrate 5 delicious decades. Pickers, let loose. Bakers, bring it.
What?
Experts, you have got this. Dippers, Flex that index. Discreeters, come out of your shell. Sharers, yeah, we are down with that. Calling all exhibitionists. Let the entertainment
Cecil.
begin.
Cecil, remember when you and I did that?
Yeah.
It's the cream egg.
I remember we had spaghetti and we were sucking up the same string.
That's where we got the idea from. We're watching The Lady and the Tramp. You came over, you know. And that is vile.
Why is that in an Easter candy thing? And like, even if that was a guy and a girl, like, it's Easter candy. It's when have you seen anybody making out in an Easter candy commercial?
Why are there? It's the anniversary of the crucifixion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. You know, do we have to be rubbing sugary cream all over gays? Do we have to do that? Is that necessary, Cecil?
Well,
say yes. Just say yes.
Yes, it is, because think about it. You might as well. The guy died for your sins. You might as well sin.
Now that is true. I used to say that all the time to my dad. Punch me across the face.
Otherwise, he did it for nothing.
I know. Why be wasteful?
Everybody would be, yeah. You know what I mean? He'd be like, now everybody's good. What did I go all through that whole thing for?
You know what? The one thing that they forgot to do with the Cadbury egg commercial, they're like, this is the way people eat Cadbury eggs. They forgot to like take it like I do, like this, and then like this.
Yeah.
They forgot to like that. That's the way I eat Cadbury eggs.
Nobody feels happy and excited when they're eating a Cadbury egg. They're fucking ashamed of themselves.
I have to admit that is true. I'm just like, this is not good for me.
You know you're doing something bad. It's so bad. It's literally like a chocolate thing filled with, like, you could tell it's like 8 million calories. It's just pure sugar.
And it's not even that good. Like, honestly, if you're going to have that many sugary calories, like, you're like, why am I eating this shit? Like, I could have some Godiva. You know, I could get some better chocolate than this.
Yeah, you feel awful when you're eating it. No one's happy and spinning around and making out.
No. Is that just us, though? Because we're so ashamed of ourselves? Do you think normal people are able to eat Cadbury eggs?
I don't think
we're alcoholics.
I don't think anybody eats anything as happy as the people were, except pussy, maybe.
Turn on your camera. Why is your camera off? Jake D says, you ate 5 pounds of Hershey's. To be fair, I really do like Hershey's chocolate, though. It's better than Cadbury chocolate, in my opinion. I don't know why. I do like it. Got a 5-pound Hershey bar. I was craving it. I ate the whole thing in like a week.
Oof.
Andrew said, where's that chocolate bar? I'm like, I don't know.
I told you that story where I was a guest at someone's house, and I just was ripping through their cabinets looking for something sweet, but they were normal people and they didn't have it. And I found there like a big block of like Baker's dark chocolate, and I fucking ate it. You
do that, dude. You're the worst house guest.
And the next day, the wife is going crazy looking through the cabinet. She's like, I'm making this thing. Where's that chocolate I bought? I had to get it it was like a gourmet chunk of chocolate. She was going to make. And I'm sitting there at the cabinet, watching her like, oh my God. And there's a bunch of people staying over. And I'm like, I got to step up now and be just the fat guy.
Did you tell them? Did you say, I'm the one who ate your chocolate?
I did.
Oh my God.
It was a low point.
That's a low point. Oh God, yeah.
And I think you know why I had to, because deep down, everybody that was like feigning looking for it was like, this fat fuck ate it.
Do you think everybody knew it was you?
I mean, no one went when I said it was me.
Oh, I love it. Well, we got a bunch of crazy stuff going on. Bitcoin, Cecil, got up to $40,000 now. Bitcoin.
Whoa!
Last I looked, it was $40,000.
But But now, see what worries me about Bitcoin, and I know people are going to yell at me because I'm naive to it. But when you see how much control a government has, and they're just like, when you see them saying a president can't have a YouTube channel, they took his YouTube channel today. He can't have Twitter. He can't have Facebook. They're deplatforming the president of the United States. Then the news agencies are all saying, and we won't cover him either. When you see that much power from a government and media, how can you be so sure they won't just be like, Bitcoin's illegal? If you accept Bitcoin, you know what I mean? When you see them flexing that much power, what's to say they just won't just say you can't? It's not a recognized currency here.
I don't
arbitrarily if they're mad about it. Or
I'm sure that they would explain to you that Bitcoin is not like U.S. currency. It's like a worldwide currency. It's decentralized. It's this and that, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I have concerns too. I have no idea. I
mean, that's what I mean. Overnight, that could be worthless if they arbitrarily just say, well, if your site, accepts Bitcoin, MasterCard will not carry you anymore. You know what I mean? They could do that. Yeah. They could do shit like just ban it overnight, and it would be worthless. And you're counting on the government. And if it does fuck with the government's money in any way because it's circumventing them, they're gonna do it.
Let me just check on Bitcoin real quick here. $40,000 yesterday.
Clone Cecil Jones says Cecil has a bunch of chocolate Bitcoins. Yeah, it's called Gelt.
Now it dropped from $40,000. It looks like it's hovering around 35-ish, but it hit the high. Look at this, 40,000. Where's the high point here? $40,675. It'll go right back up there. It's going to get to 50 in a month. The thing is to jump off at the right time. You got to jump off. I don't know what kind of taxes are involved. I don't know why people are hanging on still, but
sell half.
Half.
That's it. And then you buy back in with the dip, and then you're playing with house money after a while if you're able to pull profit.
Space Ghost for $10 says if Visa cuts them off, they'll just start accepting Bitcoin. Visa cuts them off, they'll accept Bitcoin.
But they'll only be accepting Bitcoin, and no business could exist. Just in the United States, they're going to have to choose. You want Bitcoin or you want Visa, MasterCard, and they're going to say, "I'll be broke in a month."
Bitcoin is a medium to gain currency. I don't know what any of this means. Too stupid. Hacker 4chan says I told people to buy in March, and they didn't listen. I didn't listen. Everyone told me buy in March, Ethan. I didn't listen. Deltaverse Comics says the chat is craving Ritz. So we got to do a Ritz commercial. Blockchain crypto will be used by most countries within 20 to 30 years. It's the best way to control and track currency transactions. Okay. Space Ghost says then they pay people in Bitcoin. All right, let's do a quick commercial break, Cecil. These people are demanding. We got to do a Cadbury egg commercial, I think. I wonder if Cadbury Egg will sponsor this channel. I think they will.
Here's the thing. All they have to do is say, oh, we saw a terrorist funding using Bitcoin to fund. We're banning it. Like they can do that. That's what I'm saying. It's like it shits out of your hand. They can make it worthless in a second.
Okay, go on.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, and you're watching Ethan Van Sciver, comic book artist extraordinaire and illustrator of my book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos, on ComicArtistPro Secrets. Bye-bye.
If you think Somalian kids don't need monocles, you're only seeing half the picture. Together with you, Visionary Aid can end anisotropia in Somalian children in our lifetime. Somanicals for Somalia. One heart, one vision. Let's make these kids 2020 by 2030.
And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, I spoke to actually some of the missionaries that have been handing those out this week. Also, that's a great idea. Hire missionaries to do it. You don't have to pay them shit.
What are you talking about? Hand out what?
The monocles. I spoke with some of the missionaries that have been handing them out, and it's just, and there's been like a happy little a bonus that's happening from the monocles. A lot of the kids now are cooking ants before they eat them. Yeah, so it's.
Captain Battleship says, "Hey Ethan, how do you determine which how do you determine which lead hardness boldness is right for you? Is it just trial and error?" Yes, it is. The H leads are harder, the B leads are softer. You've got to decide if you're more of a sketch artist than if that's the case, you want to go with a softer lead. If you're more of a draftsman, you're going to be drawing buildings and architecture. I would say go with a harder lead, something in the H's. I personally use a 2H, Cecil, 2H lead. This is my choice.
I use number 2 also, number 2 pencil.
Space Ghost says, Google the Pirate Bay. Illegally online for a decade and a half. Founders all spent time in prison. Wow. Going to prison for internet chicanery. EVS, I tweeted you a picture of my monocle, says Lord Ravener. We got people getting monocles, Cecil.
You're changing lives, Ethan.
I like to think so. I like to think that I am changing people's lives in various ways. Making people. By the way, everyone is saying go to. They're saying go to Minds. Have you signed up for Minds yet?
Minds with a D, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, is everybody doing that? I'm kind of like after Parler. I'm like, look, what? I mean, it's like you go somewhere. All the conservatives gather in one spot. We're gonna drop the floor out from under them. I'm like, I'll wait a little while. I think, I was on Parler. I had 3.2 thousand followers, and I was like, Parler's okay. I mean, I'm getting used to it. There's no way that I would abandon Twitter, but I would join another platform. But how many social media platforms do I need to have? Do I have to have 8 different social media? I have trouble enough, maintaining my YouTube and Twitter, and I have a Facebook too that barely gets any love from me. Barely any. And I got 5,000 people to talk to there.
You have 5,000 followers on Facebook?
Of course.
I don't have Facebook.
Yeah, I have a Facebook, and I opened it up just because, one, I had it to talk to Zach, because Zach, I talked to him on Facebook Messenger. I have it, and all I do there is just promo. It used to be, Facebook used to be a nice place where it was kind of intimate. 5,000 people is not very many. And so I would post family pictures. My family would talk to me there. We'd mix business and personal stuff. I would make fun of Marxists getting, their skulls crushed in public parks, stuff like that. It was nice. It was kind of fun, but I can't do that anymore. Like, I can't have a Facebook page and then have my family members showing up on it. I tell my family, keep all this stuff off my Facebook. Assume that everybody around you is nuts, because a lot of people are. We don't want to reveal, personal stuff anymore. Do we? Do I want to reveal more personal things?
No.
No, probably not. I don't want to do that.
People are fucking crazy. That's the other thing. It's like, I'm really disappointed with a lot of people that so much of this country is cheering on, censorship. I'm just like, what the fuck happened?
No, it's upside down, Cecil. It is completely upside down. And I mean, it's shameful. And when everybody is doing it, you cannot bring common sense to them. You can't just say, wait a second, guys, don't you remember all those episodes of The Twilight Zone that you guys used to like? You're behaving just like the bad guys. And, there's a monster on Maple Street. That's you guys now.
I remember in grammar school, a teacher explaining, if your enemy is having his speech taken away, you should be willing to fight to the death to restore it. Like, we were taught that as little kids, and now it's just like, I don't like this guy for a reason I can't quite articulate, and I feel like censorship is called for. It's like, what?
They just
crazy.
had a whole lot of people tell them for 4 years that the other side were literal Nazis.
Well, that
they
was
have been
that
reprogrammed.
was step one. I'm sorry to step on you, but I was going to say this before. Step one, like right off the bat, or even before, was to label your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers, anyone who disagreed with you was not labeled as wrong or misguided Nazis. They were fucking like the worst, people, in recorded history is what we were casually calling, like your neighbors or your relatives. So, first step one was to convince anyone that disagreed with you is a Nazi. And then from there, what can't you do to stop? It's like, what would you stop at to stop the Nazis? And it's like, well, I wouldn't stop at anything. I would do anything. Now at that point, the chains are off. You could do whatever you want, and you're justified.
Sean Hollywood said 2 banks refuse to work with Trump from now on. Yeah, I see all that. They're going to use Trump for an example. They're going to utterly try to destroy his life. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. What'll Trump do? But, they are going to make all of the penisless threats that they made over the past 4 years. They'll try to throw him in jail. They're going to try to do everything that they can do, things that were considered unthinkable, barbaric.
But it's seeping into the public consciousness anyway, because whether you think you are or not, you are noticing if they're doing this to the sitting president of the United States, what fucking chance do I have? So, people will subconsciously or unconsciously get in line anyway and start playing by their rules because, they're taking down a sitting president.
Yeah, I mean, it would make more sense. What are you going to do? Are you going to fight that? Are you going to fight the power, that has completely lost any sense of decency or fair play? They're completely unhinged. By the way, how do you think the Nazis took power?
That's the thing. They're calling you Nazis while doing everything the Nazis did, which was shout down
protection. Again, here's the thing, and we have to keep reminding ourselves of this. Whatever they are accusing you of is what they're planning on doing every single time, and it always surprises us. And I don't know why we keep getting surprised by it. So right now, when you hear about insurrection and all of this stuff, you're hearing where they're going. All of their silliness. We sit there and go, "That's not us." They call us Nazis. We go, that's not us. We're not that. That's because that's what they are. That's the playbook that they're adopting. They're talking all the accusations that they're making right now against Trump supporters are all things that they have done, will do, are planning to do. That's who they are. It's crazy. Bill Belichick is a coward, says Rich Speck.
He is.
Who's he?
The coach of the Patriots. He was offered the Medal of Freedom, and he turned it down. And he's friends with Trump too, or at least Kraft is.
Yeah,
I'm so glad I haven't watched a fucking minute of NFL this year, and I was a junkie for that stuff. But done. No, nothing. I can't look at them. Everybody makes me sick now.
I gotta just tune out of this. I gotta tune out of this shit. I don't know. Here's the thing about it. I am not oh my God. I am not 100% on Trump's side. I was, but I really think that he handled all of this very poorly. He gave them so much ammo, so much fucking ammo over the last 2 months when he could have actually been doing good things. He spent all that time trying to overturn the election, and I agree it was stolen. But he could have handled things differently. And now again, he's going to have all of this hung all over his head. He is going to be remembered as the worst president of all time by a good percentage of Americans. I'm not 100% on his side. Having said that, fuck all these people who are trying to utterly ruin his life. They're lying. These people are lying. And I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about it, Cecil. Dylan says you should be on Gab as well. They have their own servers and their registrar is based. They released a statement telling the Democrats to F off. LOL. Well, that's good. You know.
Yeah, I've said this to you before, but I've always been of the camp that it's all the same. There is no Democrat. It's all a show. That's a fucking a kabuki.
It's a show for the people. There is no Republican, and
there is none.
For a minute, there was
sort of, but if you look back and you say now that you know John McCain, almost like now I look back and I'm like, geez, he would have been so much worse than than Barack Obama. Like these guys, if they're interchangeable.
I agree with that.
Big business doesn't care.
Mitt Romney, we almost had Mitt Romney as president.
Yeah, they don't care if it's Jeb Bush or Hillary Clinton, or the world would look exactly the same if John Kerry took over, or if it's all the same. It's just they're all from the same school and they answer to the same masters. It's all bullshit. It's all this guy came in, he was not part of the club, so he had to be utterly fucking destroyed.
That's what we're watching right now.
That was it. He was not part of the fucking club. When you see a bill like has $700 million to the Sudan, why are they signing off on that? Because there's not a single congressman and senator that doesn't have a cousin, a donor, somebody with a contract to the Sudan. So fucking $600 million of that's coming right back here, and it's already set up. Like they're giving money to themselves. They're just laundering it. And they're all in on it. They're all fucking in on it. And he came in and he's like, why are we paying this so much here? What are we spending money on this for? And they're like, who the fuck invited this guy? Like, he's fucking with their money.
Angry Bandling says EVS 2024 with mail-in as your running mate. Do it. Hell with that. I don't even know what I believe anymore. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible to fix things. I mean, I just don't know.
Why would you want to fix it if you were in Congress or Senate? Why would you want them? It's a lifetime job of money train, no laws. Why would you want it to stop? Like everybody there's just as many Republicans that want him out as the Democrats.
MGTOW Misfits says, you're a man, Ethan. No one cares what men think or say. And if you do too much about it, the police will be sure to remind you have no rights and physically beat your head in. LOL. That's not promising. Sean Hollywood says, what is the point to which you will be pushed before you say no more? Every man has that point. When that point's reached, you will decide, you or them.
Well, here's what I think. This is me doing a little conspiracy theory. I think they're purposely pushing people to the brink. After a year of businesses being closed down, people are losing their homes, losing everything, losing their businesses people are, their nerves are frayed. Then you start taking their free speech. Then you start, restricting their travel. They're trying to get people to do something violent so that they have now the full fucking authority to start seizing weapons and that's the second. You take free speech, then the Second Amendment comes right after. I think they're actually they're trying to almost make terrorists at this point, because they're going to push people. This is so fast, so far that they've been pushed so fast that there's going to be a bad reaction, and I think they've calculated it. I think they know there's going to be, and they're hoping for it.
They're hoping for what?
A couple guys, taking shit into their own hands, doing fucking crazy, because now it justifies them for cracking even harder on free speech.
Well, look at what they were able to do because of this, because of the Capitol riot. Look at what they were able to do. I mean, that was just what they were looking for. They wanted that to happen. They were overjoyed that happened. We get to finally hang our heads and go, oh, look at who these people are. We said this is who they are all along. But I mean, they pushed. Here's the thing: they stole the election, and they pushed pushed people to that. I think they made people do that, but at the same time, we can't allow ourselves to just be pushed into doing stupid things that are optically going to lose us the culture war. And that's kind of where I stand about this. It's like the problem wasn't what happened. The problem was how it was able to be shaped and offered to the rest of the country, the rest of the world, and the narrative that could be built around it. And you have to be more conscious, more media savvy, that's how this works. That's how this game works. That they can do it. They can burn down the cities. For 6, 7, 2 years running, they can cause trouble. They can be out in the street and say, hey, blood needs to flow because of this. Nothing's going to happen at all.
And they attacked the White House last year where he had to go into a bunker, and then they spent the next week making fun of him for going into a bunker.
That's correct.
And then that's the type of thing that's going to push people to go, bonkers. It's like it's one set of rules for one people, second set of rules for another, and then you have the election, which no one's allowed to get in. You're pushing people, and I think they know it. I think that there's a plan to just I think things are going to get a lot worse. That's all.
Well, we're going to have a hell of a time. That is for sure. It's going to be weird. It's going to be a weird year. And again, the rhetoric coming out of these people is absolutely insane. We're going to take your kids to re-education camps. Oh, PBS's response to that guy. PBS's response to Project Veritas. This employee no longer works for PBS. That's good. As a mid-level staff attorney, he did not speak on behalf of our organization, nor did he make any editorial decisions. There is no place for hateful rhetoric at PBS, and this individual's views in no way reflect our values or opinions. We strongly condemn violence and will continue to do what we have done for 50 years, use our national platform and local presence to strengthen communities and bring people together. It's unclear when Beller stopped working for PBS. Yeah, we don't know if he was fired because of this or if, he stopped working there a long time ago. But that's good. I mean, at least PBS is coming out and being like, yeah, that's pushing it. There's a little bit of sanity out there. But then you've got this soy boy here. This guy, I don't use the word turd very often. Will Wheaton is a turd. I was going to do a whole YouTube video called Will Wheaton is a turd.
Here's the thing. Does anybody look at Will Wheaton and be like, man, that guy's got it all? Like, does anybody even want to be him for a fucking 30 seconds?
I don't know what. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Is he a happy person? Does this look like it's just always a misery, always a fucking like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's like, I don't think he's particularly wealthy. I don't think he's got very much money. And he's not particularly good looking. Look at his house behind him.
He's just a normal looking dude.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, like, why would I want to be him? Like, what about him makes me want to trade places with him? It's like, on the one hand, another political actor who's kind of, not doing anything right now, Dean Cain. I would trade places with Dean Cain.
He seems happy. He's like fucking normal. Like, this guy's just misery. It's like, he should be going to Star Trek conventions and banging fucking 40-year-old Trekkies.
But he's been poisoned. He's been poisoned. And this is what I'm talking about. I think, this is the thing. I don't want to be politically poisoned. I just don't want to be like this. I see this on the right and the left. I don't want to be this, where all you do is sit there and think about, the served up, the dished up, like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC politics of the day, and it outrages you. And then you're on social media making this face. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't want to be this. And this guy's a fucking turd because he is unhindered by any sense of decency whatsoever. Look at this. White people are domestic. When did white people become a thing? When did calling just white people? Like, did that happen during Trump's term where white people were talking about white people? What was this? When did this happen?
It's like a super virtue signal. Like, you don't have to virtue signal anymore. Will we get it? Like, the fuck? how much more? What is he gonna come out? He's gonna come out in a fucking dress at some point and just be like,
"Oh yeah, he's definitely non-binary. This guy is non-binary. He just hasn't announced it yet. That's the next step. You go, yeah.
I think I'm gonna go that way.
Just announce you're non-binary.
Yeah, it's kind of I think so. I think that's the move. You're kind of bulletproof.
If you're non-binary, you're bulletproof. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I start doing these streams in a dress, and I'm like, they can't take my channel. Fucking LGBT fucking plus.
Hey, now look. I mean, it's not quite true. I mean, actually, they'll probably put more of a focus on you. Look at Milo Yiannopoulos. They took him down, and that guy. We had a gay guy who was cross-dressing every now and then. Talking just basic Republican politics, and
he was a little incident. I think he was a bit of a bomb thrower.
Sean Hollywood says, agreed, Cecil. America is past demoralization and destabilization is almost complete. Approaching conflict. It can be stopped, but requires firm action. Yeah, this is like what it's like right before a war, a civil war.
I called what's happening. They upped. I said this was going to happen over the next 10 years. I'm thinking they've pushed it so fast. It's 10 months, but I would say, I was trying to explain this to a friend who's like so happy. Oh, blah blah blah. Trump's. I said, you understand? On January 8th, the power center of this country forever changed. It's not Washington D.C. anymore. It's Silicon Valley runs this country now.
Yeah.
And it's like Joe Biden cannot do a single thing that Silicon Valley does not want. If he does, he'd be out of office in 24 hours. They run the country now because they could start running the laptop stories, the rape allegation stories, the China stories, the Ukraine stories. They could flood every media, and in 24 hours, he'd be out of office. If he was like, you know what, I thought about it, and censorship is wrong, and these tech companies need to get broken up, he'd be out of office in 24 hours. That means he's not running the country. And you know what? And Harris will see that and be like, right in fucking line. And it's only going to be a few years before they start realizing, why don't we just run our own? We could just put in our own candidate in every position, in every local. I was said this the other day. I was like, I said, if you're going to run against a candidate that's supported by big tech, you better do it with a megaphone and some flyers, because they won't even let you have a fucking Facebook account. You won't be able to get anything. So they can pick every winner and loser from now on. They could pick and I said this was going to roll out over 10 years. I say by the next election, they're just going to have they're going to start putting in their person, and the person running against them won't be on Facebook. They won't be on Twitter. They won't be, PayPal won't accept them for donations. They're just, big tech took over on January 8th, and there is no way, outside of a, electromagnetic pulse for that power to ever be. What person in Congress or Senate could stand up and say, let's break them out now? They'd be ruined by tomorrow. They'd be fucking running every fucking story. That's it. It's over.
That is true, man. That is so true. By the way, Rich Speck says, I vote Cecil to play Jessica Yaniv in the Lifetime movie. Who's Jessica Yaniv?
I accept. I think that was the trans person that wanted her taint waxed.
What?
and the salon refused to wax her balls.
Yeah.
And it was like she made a big stink.
I'm so glad I don't know what's going on in the world right now. I'm really, I don't want to pay attention to this, but I mean, Jesus Christ, wax my trans taint. There you go, Camelman. Star Trek actor Will Wheaton, known for his role as Wesley Crusher. Look at this face. Look at this soy boy demeanor here. All right, let me look at his tweet. Make no mistake, these domestic terrorist insurgents were allowed to storm and occupy the Capitol. There's extensive video, police stepping aside to let them pass. I watched the video, and you know what it was? There were like 6 cops up there, you know, and a swarm of these idiots who were like, "It's ours. We're taking it. It's ours." Came up to him and said, "You really want to do this? You want to get in front of us?" And the cops stood their ground for like 1 second, and then went, "You know what? We have families. Fuck it," and stood aside. And you could see like the wheels turning in their heads. They're like, "This is going to be unsafe for us. We're just not even going to." There are only 6 of us here. We'll wait for the military to come. So they stepped aside. It wasn't that the police allowed it to happen, really. It's just that they probably thought of their safety. It says, "I've seen video of a cop taking a selfie with a rioter inside the building." That's funny.
Yeah, there's lots of that. That's why it's going to be hard to prosecute. Well, if it's going to be hard to prosecute a lot of them because they're going to say we were let in. In fact, there's video of people waving them in. So it's going to be hard to prosecute a lot of those people.
Compare today's behavior by law enforcement and the state to their behavior in summer during peaceful civil rights protests. You got to be kidding me. Separate from the violence, he says. You can't separate them from the violence. I mean, 95% of the people who were there to protest on behalf of Trump did not storm the Capitol building. Again, you can watch the video and you can see there is a mass of people pouring out onto, into the streets. It looks like there are 1 million people there.
Very few went into the building.
And very few. By the way, I did say I want them to make a first-person video game of that. If you're watching the video, that's what it feels like. Yeah. And the idiot who's holding the camera, I don't know who he is in this one video, but he's like, "We're going to set fire to this place." He said that like 4 times. I'm going to burn it down in here. Fuck you. I'm burning down the Capitol.
Yeah, I know, but now they're all pretending like it was done insurrection. It was like, it was not. It was a fucking riot. It was like a riot.
What was it?
It's not an insurrection. Is an attempted overthrow of Congress. There was a guy everybody was just surprised they got in there. Really, like fucking.
Well, that's definitely true. Yeah,
there was no plan to fucking seize power.
No. They didn't.
Playing along. They're like, it was a plan. It's like. And what was the next move? They went to did they have a flag? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was,
they were in there like, "This is our house. This is our property." They were acting like what they'd seen the left do.
That's exactly what it was. They've been watching it on TV for fucking months and everybody, getting away scot-free. And then it's like, no, you have a different set of rules. There's a different set of rules for,
yeah. All right, so compare today's behavior by blah, blah, blah. It is undeniable that today's violence and chaos was permitted and encouraged by choice. I don't agree.
With what?
He's saying that the police allowed this to happen. They wanted it to happen. Will Wheaton is coming down hard. Will Wheaton is standing by his "fuck the police" stance. In all this, which is weird because the left largely did a pivot towards the police are okay. The police need to be. I mean, that their whole because a police officer died in this situation.
Yeah, but four unarmed people also got killed.
Yeah. But I mean, again, they need to be able to say a police officer died because of you. The police are, you know what I mean? They need to be able to say that. They need to be able to use that. So now it's no longer,
I mean, whoever fucking killed that cop, and how do they not catch that guy? That's the other thing.
I don't know how was he hit? Like, I think it was like blunt.
Everybody's got a fucking camera nowadays. How did somebody get murdered? How do we not know anything about the other 4 people that got killed either? We only know about that girl because
we saw it. Yeah.
But I mean,
Frosty Delusion says the cop was struck on the head with a fire extinguisher. Did we see that happen? I mean, that's fucked up. Let's see. I tweeted you a pic of Antifa next to the dead cop. Yikes. I don't know. Yeah. All right. So in any case, this was a decision. This was allowed and encouraged to happen, and the people who allowed and encouraged it must be held accountable. The politicians who poured gasoline on the kindling they put out before they gave matches to their brown shirts must all be expelled from Congress. I mean, that's largely all of them. You know, every single politician just about on the left has been encouraging this kind of nonsense. I saw a great video clip of Democrats saying, this will continue. I'm surprised the riots aren't coming. Riots are coming to Washington, D.C. They're going to, you know, and in response to perhaps Donald Trump winning the election, they were encouraging this all along. I do agree. Those people should probably be punished. Get Over It says Blue Phoenix closed tonight, and Joe was very excited about getting to almost $1,700. It was great seeing the joy of his first comic hitting the final stretch goal, thanks to Comicsgate, now in demand. That's Blue Phoenix. Thank you very much. All right. So he says there will be consequences for the people who allowed this to happen. Or there must be. I know there won't be because white people, but there should be. White people are the problem here. There are thousands of right-wing radical rioters in and around the Capitol right now. Police have made 13 arrests. This is a choice.
Yeah, I would advise people not to do bullshit like that. Like, don't fucking go to these things. It
never works out. I mean, it never. You know, it's like there was a thing. Remember the Charlottesville? That was called Unite the Right, Cecil. You know what I mean? Like that was called Unite the Right. You know how close? Like I could have gone to that. I went to the inauguration of Donald Trump. I was there. So, I mean, the idea, I was still kind of, you know, going to these events. I was tempted to do more of them. And here comes a rally called Unite the Right. Yeah, I'll go to that, sure. Thank God I fucking didn't. You know, it's like all of these things at this point, they just seem like
they're all setups. It's like
they're setups.
Yeah.
Now you go there and you end up on camera. They sit there and go, it's a Nazi rally. It's a riot. And they can do whatever they want.
You're standing there next to a dude who's like fucking flying a flag, and you're like, "Gee, oh shit!" How the fuck
you turn around, you're like, "What's that red in my peripheral vision?"
I gotta
shit, there's a swastika behind me. Oh no! And then someone's like,
"Yeah,"
and then your life is over. You know, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, you do. You have to be able to control the narrative all the time, and we're just still. I mean, the right is not sophisticated enough to do that just yet. Now, we allow the narrative, we allow ourselves to get together, be herded together for what we consider to be worthy causes. And then those causes are, and all you really have to do is just go look at all these Nazis. I mean, that's like, just take a big crowd, like a photograph of a big crowd of people and go, look at the craziness. Look at the extremism.
Somebody on their side to just, you know, walk through the crowd with one of those flags, and then it's fucking... you're all painted like that. It's also easy to set people up. You know, I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying when you go to something like that, it's very simple for you to get fucking fucked over.
Yeah.
So I would refrain from
I'm not, yeah, it's hard. You can't, well, I mean, look, it's not fair. It's not right. You know, people should be able to meet up and you know, be involved in a civil.
Well, that's what the point was before. Is that's the part that bothers me. It's just that people on the left, so you know, are cheering on censorship, and I'm just like, how does that not, like, something in the back of your mind go no? And it's like, well, they're doing it to Trump, and I hate Trump, so that's good. And it's like, but haven't you been told, like, you know, Voltaire with, you know, I don't agree with what you're saying, but and this is a paraphrase. It was written by a woman. I can't remember her name, but it's I may not agree with what you are saying, but I will die for your right to, you know, I will defending your right to say it. That's been like drummed into us, and just to see so many people throw that value out the window for like a dude who's going to be out of the office in all day. It's like you threw out a major value of this country for fucking nothing. Like, I don't know what the hell.
It's time. It's time. Everyone has been radicalized, and now is the time for everything to change. People want what they want now. They're tired of democracy. Democracy is slow.
No, someone said liberals were never pro freedom. That is absolutely false. If you remember the case of the Illinois Nazis who wanted, this was back in, I guess, the 80s or 70s, and they wanted to marched through a Jewish neighborhood in Illinois, said, and the people who came to their defense was the ACLU. It was a bunch of Jewish lawyers who said, hey, we hate these people, but if their rights are being, stripped, then someday our rights can be stripped. So we feel it's the greater good to defend these people that we hate and let them, and they won. And they actually fucking got to march because these Jewish lawyers stood up. And
I want to live in that. I think people should be allowed to just.
But that's what liberals were. There was some, freedom of speech was fucking, sacrosanct. And for them to I don't know, just throw it out the window fucking like that is just like, it's unreal for me to see half the country cheering censorship, no matter what. Even if you do defend, even if you hate what the person's saying, you've got to know, like, this is a bad fucking road to go down, because it always comes back to bite you in the ass. It never doesn't.
Phil Moore says leftists caused billions of dollars in damage with their peaceful protests, set fire to the flag, and now all of a sudden they're nationalists. They're whatever pose is most convenient all the time. Whatever pose works best for them. Nothing about them is real or genuine at all. Rich Beck says their side did this the entirety of last summer, but it was justified. They love the censorship now because they've proven themselves to be stupid. Anyway, how about Spider-Man's new costume, says Rich Speck. He's like, let's talk about comics, please.
All right, yeah.
I know we go down this road and it's like, there's so much to say.
I think it is weighing on everyone's mind because it's crazy to see this much freedom being taken away so quickly. So it's kind of in the back of your head.
Yeah. Knox Sukau says, stay strong, brothers. Sean Hollywood says, what would happen if us blacks stood up for Trump in large numbers and screamed racist every time a liberal tried to stop us? Think 1861, not 1176. I think you mean 1776. That'd be interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, that'd be great. But actually, it doesn't matter, because the truth is, it's not about the fact that you're black. It's about what you believe. They don't care. They're just exploiting people. The color of your skin means nothing. They want you to believe what they believe. They don't give you special consideration for your conservative views just because you happen to be black. That is their lie. Lancer737 says, check out Computing Forever vid about sterilization on BitChute. It's pretty scary. I wish Jesus took us away now. No one wanted to be ruled by psychos. Geez, I don't want Jesus to take us away. What do you got, Cecil?
Well, let's go to Brie Larson's new video.
No, come on. Okay.
It's time for me to get moving. Allow me to show you.
Uh-oh. All right.
Banned.
Come on.
90% tax on super chats, says we'll grow up 15 on the middle.
You may know Captain Marvel 2 is gearing up. I can't say much more about it than that, but I gotta get ready for it. It's time for me to get moving. Allow me to show you. Dun da da da. Oh yeah, she's got a home gym, folks. It's happening. Could I do a better view for you? Ta-da! As you may know, Captain Marvel 2 is gearing up. I can't say.
Captain Insufferable is back.
She got a home gym. That's nice, man.
Ay.
I gotta say, how do I feel about Brie Larson lately? She's becoming more of a girl.
She is acting like a girl.
I like it. I looked at that and went, I got no problems with it. I don't know. I don't find her insufferable right now.
H. Gibson, she's mindless.
Yeah, like when she's sitting there shouting about white men, I'm like, fuck you, But when she's sitting there in tight shorts, booty shorts, going, ta-da, I got a home gym, and she poses and she's eyes are wide, she's acting girly.
She annoys me for a different reason than normal.
Tell me why.
She's not, she doesn't annoy me for the normal reasons Brie Larson does. She just I've known actresses, like especially in New York.
She's fake. This is fake.
She's on all, like, yeah, she's completely fake. Like every actress, every Broadway, everybody has that same fucking cadence and persona, and I got to get going, and here we go, people. And it's everything is fucking fake, and it's better than her, yelling about 40-year-old white men, but I'm still like, this phony fucking act. Because I've known girls like that, so I'm just like, it's that actress personality. It's like, and she's got it like, and she's been a child actor. Her mother dragged her out to LA when she was like fucking 6, and she's been just, been a phony fucking her whole life.
Captain Chokeout says Bree would get the D. he says. So he Captain Chokeout likes her. 200 Watt Studio says Bree's being a good girl lately. Booty Unitas. That's what I'm saying. She's being a good girl. Noxu Cal says it's time to forgive Bree. All right, I'll forgive her, but yeah, I mean, I don't, that I agree. Like at this point, when she's behaving like this, I mean, it's just irrational to. She's in tight clothes and her boobies are out. And it's fools, says Eric S. It's all right. I don't need to make videos criticizing her when she's not doing anything critical.
No, that's not worthy of a. I'm just saying she's got her movie coming out. They're doing Captain Marvel 2. I think if I knew, I know Captain Marvel 2, that's going to be interesting. Considering how Wonder Woman 2 performed, we've got a big thing with these SJWs who are like, well, if SJW shit doesn't work, it doesn't sell, then explain Captain Marvel. It made $1 billion, asshole. You chud. You piss baby man baby chud. And I kind of go, it's because it was positioned, it was marketed so perfectly. Those last two Avengers movies with the cliffhanger were so good. And then they put Captain Marvel in between it and said, kind of insinuated that you need to see this movie in order to understand the sequel, the Avengers. Right. Oh, and she's got a big part to play at the end of the next one. So you want to know who she is. Otherwise. That's right. So that's why that movie made $1 billion. They tricked people into seeing it. Still didn't make as much as an Avengers movie made. I still have not seen it. I saw it. It was offensive, highly offensive in some places, in other places just boring. I wouldn't recommend it, but I mean, whatever. Captain Marvel 2 is going to be interesting because it's not positioned to exploit other movies that way that I know of. We'll see how they do it, but it's going to have to stand on its own. I would love to see it not make $1 billion. I think that would be funny. And when I made videos about it, when I make videos about, its poor performance, and I think it is going to perform poorly, it won't be because Brie Larson's a bitch, although she probably is, even though she's behaving herself right now. It's because I told you. It's like I told you. SJW shit doesn't sell. This character, nobody likes this character. Captain Marvel is a fake superhero. She is completely generic. Captain Marvel. I understand she was around for a while. She was basically the female version of the original Captain Marvel that Marvel had. Captain Marvel was elevated to prominence because Marvel Comics, to their embarrassment, realized that they do not have a female character that stands on her own the way Wonder Woman does. I mean, all of their characters are part of a team. All their female characters are part of a team, or they're associated with a team. You've got Sue Storm, Mr. Fantastic's wife, part of the Fantastic Four. She's not a solo character. All of the X-Men women are X-Men. They're not really solo characters. They don't really stand on their own. They don't have a Wonder Woman. So they just realized we've got Carol Danvers. And they kind of pushed Carol Danvers. They tried to make Carol Danvers into Wonder Woman, and she's not. She sucks. No, listen, even Marvel realized that the character sucked, and they gave her powers to Rogue, which made actually, Carol Danvers more interesting once because she was just generic superhero woman. That was like her title. It was like She-Hulk is not solo. She-Hulk is, here's the thing, real quick, Cecil, sorry. This is the other thing that Marvel has. Marvel has female versions of their male characters. They have Spider-Girl. They have Spider-Woman.
they have She-Hulk, but they're just spin-offs. Wonder Woman there wasn't a Wonder Man, and then they did a Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was unique. She was created as Wonder Woman, and that is the problem. You can't do a She-Hulk movie without referring to the patriarchy, the original Hulk. What do you think of that, Cecil?
Yeah, I think they needed a marquee. I think that's why they grabbed her, is while they got briefed for it, is because she had just won the Academy Award while they were casting that movie. So she was in the right place, right? They needed a big name and they got her. And but it's for a shit character. No one gives a fuck about Captain Marvel.
No, she's just boring. Her costume is boring. Her powers are boring.
It's the best part was when
superhero.
When wasn't she stuck in when Rogue took over her powers? Like her consciousness was also in Rogue, so they were fighting for control of Rogue's body, basically.
Mm-hmm. That was interesting.
That was interesting. That's what they realized. This is a shit character, and that was the most interesting thing they ever did with her.
Yeah. Hulk patriarchy.
And then
do you think the Hulk is the patriarchy, Cecil?
No,
I wish he was.
It's fucking Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Come on. I think Stanley even says that. It's Frankenstein meets Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The end. That's a comic. We'll start writing.
Who is the patriarchy? Is it Reed Richards? I think he represents the patriarchy.
Yeah. I think Sue and Reed are definitely the matriarchy and the patriarchy of Marvel Comics.
That's why I like the Fantastic Four so much. By the way, I cracked open the case, Cecil. I took the comic out. It's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah? Didn't have Marvel cut out the coupons?
No coupons. It was in perfect condition. Like, I went through it and looked at it. It's flat. It's beautiful. I watched a YouTube video about how to open a CGC case so I wouldn't fuck it up. It's very easy. You just put a screwdriver in there and then work around the seam. And then you have to cut it out of the sealed baggie that they put it in. Let me see. Noxu Cow says, how you make Captain Marvel work? She works as one character amongst a larger story. And that's about it,
To say, well, because they didn't do what makes Superman work was kryptonite. What is her downfall? Like, they already said she's stronger than the Hulk, stronger than Thor, faster than this, better than that. But what could stop you? Nothing. I'm the greatest. So that makes me the greatest. And it's like, no, that just makes you the least interesting.
Well, that's what they did with her, but I don't think that's not who she was originally. The point is, if we had Carol Danvers handed to us before SJWism, what would we do how do you make Captain Marvel be a fun character, in a comic book? And,
I would make her a nymphomaniac.
Oh, yeah, I like that idea. I don't know if you're kidding, but I like that idea.
No, she becomes sexually aroused during battle, and she wants to get off, but she hates. She has utter contempt and no sexual desire towards men that are weaker than her. And so, even though when she's battling these guys, it's actually turning her on as she's getting punched.
That sounds something that we would do with Valkyrie, or one of these characters who's known for battle. I like that idea. But Captain Marvel, I don't really see her that way. I would see her as maybe like a James Kirk, a female. Like I'm going around and spreading the seed, spreading the seed.
Oh, you mean more just like a player, like a yeah.
Absolutely,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she just likes attractive alien men. Whatever it is. But
if she starts fucking like 2 or 3 guys per movie and you're like, whoa, what's with this chick? Like, she just met that other guy. She's like, I love you. And then, walks into another room and there's a fucking green dude there and she starts making out. And people would be like, all right, that would make her interesting. At least she's a slut.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what they want to do. I think everything is women in battle now.
Right. She's just got to be able to beat everybody. That's it.
Yeah. Barbie is a lesbian, Cecil.
Well, Ken's got no dick.
Yeah. This is something I was going to make a video about too. We were talking about how what these Marxists do is they invade properties that are meant to sort of define gender, roles in little boys and girls early on. And we saw them do it with G.I. Joe. We watched Aubrey Sitterson get in there and make G.I. Joe into what was gay. And it was, they had the fat Eskimo woman and, all this stuff. Made a joke out of G.I. Joe. And I was like, when are they going to do that to Barbie? What are they going to do to Barbie exactly? Well, Barbie, I fucking hate everything right now, dude. Barbie is a lesbian. Love wins. This is her new girlfriend. Come out, Barbie. Let's go party. Social media is swooning over images of Barbie buddying up to a doll of an iconic fashion designer and LGBTQ ally, Amy Song. The pics first surfaced in 2017 as part of a campaign to raise LGBTQ awareness. We need to be more aware of them, Cecil.
I'm aware. Does she have a little button on the back that makes her tongue flick?
Oh, I don't know. That would make sense, though. Barbie creator Mattel had originally devised the collaboration as a way to promote Song's ubiquitous Love Win shirts, which helped raise funds to show LGBTQ youth in crisis. As such, the photos show Barbie and a plastic facsimile of Song sitting together on a bed and other relationship-like activities while supporting her signature couture. What is this word? Couture. Of course.
I can't. It's too small for me to say.
Oh, it's couture. I don't know why.
A fashion designer, so yeah.
Yeah. So here she is, like on the bed. Here she is. This one makes sense to me. Hold on a second here. Taking an order. Is this a waitress? Like what is? Oh, they're both on their cell phones. Having some food here. That's nice. They're just having a little brunch. Yeah. I don't know, Cecil. Here we go. I am the girlfriend. Here she is, and there she is holding her doll. I am the girlfriend. Barbie just has a girlfriend. So anyway, Barbie's a lesbian now.
Good for her.
Even Song herself, I am the girlfriend. Just learned Barbie has a girlfriend, claiming that Barbie had come out. VT article. Where's this? And now Mattel has taken it one step further, giving Barbie her first girlfriend. Yes, Barbie came out this week. Official photographs of Barbie and her new girlfriend were featured on Mattel's Barbie Style Instagram page. They're both pictured sporting marriage equality and LGBTQ awareness Love Wins t-shirts. This was back in 2017, but people are talking about it today.
Oh, we have to make a Cecil doll that's Barbie sized. And I could be the guy that she was dating when she realized she was a lesbian.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't think I like men anymore.
That would make sense. Like, let's have a story arc about this. Let's yeah, it's weird. Jarrett Jones, thanks for $5. It's a kid's toy. Is this necessary? Yes, they want to change your kids. They want to educate your kids for you. If that's not clear enough, the Sesame Street guy talking about re-education camps for your children, right-wingers, they want to do it. They want to completely educate your kids, change the way your kids think. That is what these people want to do. Absolutely crazy, dude. Oh, my gosh. Even when they make a man for Barbie, he was lame. I've seen, we were at Target yesterday. First of all, Ava is not interested in Barbies at all. Like, Ava likes animals and she likes dinosaurs. And she likes cartoon stuff. But Andrea's like, I really liked Barbie when I was 4. Ava doesn't. And we were looking at the Barbie aisle, and they have, they have lesbians now. I mean, they really do. They have a lot of very strange-looking Barbies. And also, the men have become even more flamboyantly gay, the Ken dolls. It is strange.
Is it selling? I mean...
No, I don't. Does Barbie sell? Do toys sell anymore? I mean, that is the question. Like, are toys even selling to children? Do children want toys? I mean, they're on their. Oh my! It's so depressing, Cecil. Yeah, the speech that you were just giving earlier today about how Silicon Valley is going to basically determine, the results of elections, that they have implemented themselves this ultimate power, societal power, the power to officially silence sitting presidents. Resides in the hands of some douchebag named Jack on Twitter. That's unreal. And then you just kind of go, look, one of these iPads, an iPhone. Kids don't need toys anymore. Kids don't want to play with tactile toys. Pablo Hidalgo called them punishments. It's like, who buys toys except for us? Like, the toys are being made for adults.
Then it might be worth it. Like, they probably sell a bunch of lesbian Barbies to the collectors, and then who are probably in their 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
Plus, 20, 30-year-old lesbians will want to have it to have display or whatever. They'll probably sell a bunch of them, but yeah, no kids don't buy this.
Kids don't want toys. Andrea was like, look at that Christmas Barbie. That's really beautiful. Like, that's what I would have wanted when I was a kid. And what she was actually saying was, I want that Christmas Barbie now. I just want an excuse. I actually want to buy that Christmas Barbie. Let's see. David Bowser says Ken doll was the original super simp.
Kind of.
Yeah. What was Ken about anyway? Ken took her on dates and stuff.
It's about that pussy.
Was he?
I don't know. She had a dime piece. She's pretty good. She had her own fucking car. She's a doctor, an astronaut.
What did he have? What did Ken have? Like, they never went, here's Ken's, here's Ken's car. Ken drives this. Ken's got a pickup truck. Here's Ken's pickup truck.
No, he never had a pickup truck.
Here's Ken's garage.
Ken was Stedman, basically.
Like, Ken had no identity. He was a man, but he had no job. He had no hobbies. Yeah. His hobby was dressing like Barbie.
He's like Stedman. That's Oprah's boyfriend.
Echo Base Network. Hello. He says, how soon before Star Wars puts a full-on gay main character in their shows or movies? Well, they're working on that now. I mean, Star Wars authors and the people who are not directly involved in Star Wars movies and television are actively, trying to do that kind of a thing.
Listen, it's fine to have a gay character, but but the difference between when something's being crowbarred in and just, they've been so ham-handed at it that it's.
I look at who's doing it. My whole thing is I'm looking at who's the one who's the creative person behind it, and that's how I judge basically. 200 Watt Studio says Barbie rug munch playset scissor with her friends. Well, I mean, Rich Speck says such an inspiration for little girls who have no idea what sex is.
Well, that's true. It's like, what's a lesbian? Like, who the fuck cares?
She's good friends. Yeah. Rich Speck says you're 100% right about the physical toys, Ethan. My son wants nothing to do with anything that's not on his computer. Yeah, they're done. Like, toys are not a thing anymore for kids. I mean, I think stuffed animals are. I think you can probably sell plushies to kids.
Yeah.
But, when it comes to, hey, do you want this Mickey Mouse Clubhouse playset? Stuff that we would have loved, as kids. Do you want G.I. Joes? Do you want Star Wars figures? No, they don't. They just, no, thank you. I want video games, and girls will want plushies. I think, things that are tactile, but
yeah, plushies sell.
Yeah, ridiculous. But yeah, they're doing that. I mean, Cecil, there is if you're buying any of the Star Wars novels, and I know that you are.
I'm in the middle of the first Thrawn one.
Well, only read those ones. Don't go any further than that.
I finally decided to jump into the EU.
Yeah. Look at this. I'm just looking at Bounding into Comics. This guy reminds me of Dan DiDio for some reason. I can't really tell why. I think it's just his bald head and his smile. Hold on a second. This guy.
A little bit. He's not a twin or anything, but he's got the demeanor.
Yeah, I want to know what his voice sounds like. I want to know if he sounds like this. It's Dan DiDio. That'd be cool if he sounded just like Dan DiDio. I don't think he does though. Star Wars author Daniel Jose Older explains why he created a non-binary character in solo tie-in novel. Non-binary character. He says, let me see here. What is your explanation for this? Violent Femme 2 asks about Taka Gemorisa, hotshot pilot, aspiring scoundrel, great taste in music. It sounds like a Mags Visaggio character, really. Taka also has a pet wart named Korg. What is this shit? Things were important to me when writing this character, and keep in mind, there is no one right way to write people of a certain demographic. This was my particular take for this character, Taka Gemorisa. He continued, older than detailed. I wanted to show that they were a person of color because there are very few non-binary people and even fewer non-binary people of color in the media. You got to create one, Cecil. You know, go, how many non-binary people are there in the media? There are a few, but they're all white. All right, so we need one that's of color. That's this guy's job here. I wanted them to be able to say their own pronouns and not have other people gender them and decide their gender from the outside. This is Star Wars. I wanted them to be clearly a human and not an alien, because in this particular case, that was important, he said. And I wanted to show canonically Han and Lando respecting the they-them pronouns without missing a beat, because they're heroes. And real heroes respect people's pronouns. Cecil, I can't fucking take it. This is Star Wars. This guy is bringing the weirdo, like, Tumblr politics of 2020, 2021, and putting them in Star Wars, and everybody's gone, yeah.
No one's buying it.
Oh, fuck. It's so exhausting. Sometimes I just want to go.
Cheer it on, and then you go to their house, and it's not sitting on any of their shelves, and it's not. They like the idea of it. They're not going to buy it and waste their time reading it, but they like the idea of it.
I got to make a video about this one. I got to. Just the way he described it was so soy.
Real heroes respect pronouns.
Yeah, let me see what he has to say.
Violent Femme 22 asks about Taka Gemorisa, hotshot pilot, aspiring scoundrel. Great taste in music from my novel Last Shot. Taka also has a pet wart named Korg. Things that were important to me when writing this character. And keep in mind, there is no one right way to write people of a certain demographic. This was my particular take for this character, Taka Gemorisa. I wanted to show that they were a person of color because there are very few non-binary people and even fewer non-binary people of color presented in media. I wanted them to be able to say their own pronouns and not have other people gender them and decide their gender from the outside. I wanted them to be clearly a human and not an alien, because in this particular case that was important. And I wanted to show canonically Han and Lando respecting the they them pronouns without missing a beat, because they're heroes, and real heroes respect people's pronouns.
You got to be kidding me, Cecil.
Nothing about the story expiring.
It's not. It's all a list of what he wants to put across to people who are reading Star Wars. Like,
yeah, this is your this book will be your lecture. This is the lecture we're gonna fucking wrap in, a spaceship.
This is us. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're using these characters.
It's propaganda. Yeah, there's not even hiding. It's propaganda. But
shit.
Now here's the thing. If you have a character and then they meet a character who is non-binary, and it's from just when you're telling that, as instead of trumpeting the story you've written, you're trumpeting all the fucking agenda you're jamming into it. No one's gonna read this shit.
Yeah. What about the Star Wars is dead? Well, The Mandalorian's great. I mean, it's just that you're seeing all these social justice warriors that are orbiting now. I think they're being. Here's my hope, and I'm going to be disappointed this year. My hope is that the SJWs of Star Wars are being pushed to the margins.
They are. They're being pushed into comic books.
They're being marginalized. They're being pushed into the publishing and comic books. They're not going to be doing the Disney Plus stuff as much. You're not going to be seeing this kind of shit in Mandalorian or anything that, you know, in Boba Fett or any of the big projects that they have coming up.
No, they're not doing $200 million fucking films on this shit anymore. That's done.
It's got to be. Bird Gang says, all I heard was pronouns, pronouns, pronouns.
That's it.
David Bowser says, the guy sounds like Zach's mockery voice of Kwanzaa. That's interesting.
Pronouns, non-binary pronoun.
Jared Jones says, don't mind gay characters as long as they're new. No, it's not even whether they're new or old. It's just, why are they there? Like, what's the purpose? And if the purpose is because we have a lecture for you, and our propagandizing LGBTQ issues rises above the importance of telling a good story. And you can tell when this guy obviously doesn't give a shit. This guy's like, I have a character that exists because this character needs to exist in order for me to tell you what I think about pronouns and the importance of pronouns. Right. That's why this character exists, not because I've got an interesting story about what would happen to this character in this world or anything like that. It's because I have a need to express to you my personal beliefs within a Star Wars novel. And that's, you know, that's not tolerable. That's not anything that anybody wants or should be subjected to. It's ridiculous. And obviously don't buy that book.
You know, obviously story is not even secondary. It's story.
He never said that. Like there was at no point did he say, here's why. You know, it's like on this one planet, you know, this is going on, and then this person, et cetera, et cetera. So this is where this non-binary character came from, and this is where they're going. And it's really just to show, you know, the circumstances of blah, blah, blah. No, it's all about, you know, we want to show that Han and Lando used proper pronouns. So should you on Twitter. Make sure that you do, because they're heroes. Do you want to be a hero? You better do you better do what I say that they do.
Right. Chewie, I don't want to hear you misgendering anyone anymore.
I think Chewie does misgender people constantly. I think that's what he does. And if you don't like it, he'll rip your arm out of your socket. You know, don't fuck with the Wookiees. Definitely don't. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Chewbacca will rip your arm out of your socket if you do misgender people.
His pronouns are he, him. His name's Chewie.
Oh, it kills me, man. These people are crazy.
The gold robot's totally gay, and he's also a fuckbot. Oh, my.
Ichibaka turned me onto this whole new Twitter page. I've been banned from Twitter, obviously, but there's a whole Twitter page where they collect the bullshit that Raylos say. It's like shit Raylos say kind of a thing. Raylos are Tumblr Star Wars fan weirdos who obsess over the idea that Rey and Kylo Ren should be in a sexual relationship, in a romantic relationship. They'll produce hardcore pornography, you know, about it, but they're really like, they're angry. They're Twilight fans. These are Twilight fans who wanted Star Wars, the new sequel trilogy, to be like Twilight. You know, you've got a dangerous bad boy who's really kind of a femme, and then you've got this good girl who's bland, but they're going to come together against the odds. And even though it's dangerous and she could get ripped apart in a second, because you should not fuck with vampires or fascist dictator leaders. You know, still their love and their sexual tension. That's what Raylos are. They're fucking crazy. They do not understand Star Wars at all, but they are obsessed with this idea, and really don't like them. They're creepy weirdos. Anyway, this is awesome. Raylos said what? I don't know what this is, but it's nothing but Raylo talk. It's like the anti-Raylos are the Jews and the Raylos are the Christians. All goes well and all in the fandom, except for the one fact: Jesus is canon and so is Raylo. So a little anti-Semitism from the Raylos, Cecil. You know, little anti-Semitism.
You know, Han Solo is a quarter Jew.
What is TW? TW, rape, harassment, death threats, violent threats. This is the sort of stuff that doesn't fly no matter what part of the fandom you're in. Let's see. Back for less than 12 hours. Proudest accomplishment. Hello, your old friend here. Reminder that is you are a Raylo fan. I literally hope violently. What the fuck is this? I will skin you alive and feed you to dogs.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is pretty weird. Let's see.
It's just a weird thing to. It didn't make any sense for them to get together at all. There was.
What is this here? Bunch of different. Are these like? I gotta actually pay attention to this and figure out what this is. Are these like photoshops where it's like instead of Rey and Kylo Ren, it's Rey and somebody else? It's Rey and Finn.
Yeah, here's what they did. Those are like stills from like I guess the tour, like probably the publicity tour. It's her and John Boyega, and then they photoshopped him in there.
Oh, I see. I can't take it. These movies suck so bad. Why would you be obsessed with them like this? And by the way, Rey was asked recently, she's just like, look, the fans are knocking on my doors. They're pounding on my doors. She's like, I'm actually in therapy right now to deal with stalkers over this.
Those movies were trash. Total trash.
Luke Skywalker belongs to the alt-right dude bros. We're just going to have to sit with that. Says Luke Skywalker is the alt-right.
Have the fucking sequels. It's all yours. Have at it. That's why the fucking dolls are sitting on the shelves. No one fucking going to the park.
Luke Skywalker belongs to the alt-right dude bros.
Well, first of all, Mark Hamill is like the biggest leftist in the world. Why are they fucking making...
I'm fascinated by this shit. This is a whole new sewer of Star Wars fandom. I got to kind of spelunk and figure out exactly what is going on here. But Luke Skywalker's appearance in The Mandalorian Season 2, sorry, spoiler alert. Everybody should know that by now. Really shook a lot of people up. It shook up Lucasfilm. And what it was, look, we had this thing planned. We had the High Republic planned. It was going to be pushing forward the future, what we consider the future of Star Wars to be, which is more non-binary characters speaking each other's pronouns. And it's like all of a sudden, Luke Skywalker shows up in The Mandalorian and the world weeps with joy. You know, it's almost like John Lennon is resurrected and there's a Beatles reunion. Also, we have to dig up George Harrison, I guess, for that to happen.
Sure.
But I mean, everybody just goes, oh, we missed you. And like literally brought to tears. You know, people are crying over Luke Skywalker. Imagine how frustrating that must be. You know, because what you were looking at there is you were looking at kind of a glimpse of a return to Lucas's Star Wars. And when normal people saw it, they had a real reaction to it. It felt real. It felt like a real thing. It felt like real Star Wars for, the entire show.
They probably spent close to $1 billion making those 3 movies. Out of it came not a single compelling storyline, character, nothing you cared about, nothing you were excited about, nothing you wanted to buy if you saw a picture of it on, like $1 billion. And the big fucking thing is we wrecked your hero. And the most powerful one was a girl after all. So take that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like, all right, well, did you have to spend $1 billion to do it? Like,
yes,
yeah,
it's not their money.
The story was never even, they were writing that shit while they were filming it. It was fucking insane.
There was no story.
The story was your heroes are dead and the new ones are the women, and they're more powerful than your heroes ever could be. That the end. Roll credit. That's the fucking lecture for today, children. And
then Luke Skywalker shows up.
Yeah.
And then the real Luke Skywalker, not the depressed dropout. The real Luke Skywalker shows up, and everybody goes, "Yes, this is it." And just for like 2 minutes worth of screen time, it changes everything. It shows where the hearts of fandom actually are. And of course, like, you know, people like me and other fandom menace types on the internet, I'll go, see, we told you, idiots. Stop doing what you're doing. If you want to actually like make fans happy and make Star Wars a thing and breathe life into it, you have to, it doesn't mean putting Luke Skywalker on the screen all the time, but you have to embrace what George Lucas was doing and give us more of that. You know, do more stuff that doesn't spit in the face of, you know, the fandom and, you know, something that reveres and respects George Lucas. So there has been rumor, and I think it's quite true. I think it's demonstrated by the behavior of people like Pablo Hidalgo online. There are, you know, Kathleen Kennedy people who, you know, are resentful of this. They're resentful of Jon Favreau and his sudden ability to swoop in there and connect with the fandom in a way that they've been trying to do, but they've been trying to do it on their own terms, and they've been failing. So now Luke Skywalker is ours. I guess Luke Skywalker is Pepe. He's a symbol of the alt-right dude bros now. We should all be wearing Luke Skywalker t-shirts.
But if you follow that logic, that means the Empire is what, the left? Like you guys calling yourself, like, it doesn't make any sense. That's
yes.
They're just happy that they're just unhappy that, you know, a hero was resurrected. They had fully destroyed him, made him useless, cucked him. And, you know, Favreau came in and was like, fuck that shit, I'm fixing this. And they're pissed because they were happy to see it destroyed, because they were happy to see men upset.
Aren't Rey and Kylo technically related? I thought I remembered Disney declaring Palpatine was Anakin's father. Yes. Wait a second. Yeah. Yeah, they are. They would be cousins.
Yeah, I see Tom from Midnight's Edge and Anna are in the chat.
Hi, guys.
Tom is probably worried because I'm doing a morning show with him. He's like, why the fuck is this guy awake?
A Rhino for $5 says, Luke Skywalker shows up and people immediately start crying, which resulted in Pablo Hidalgo, along with Jason and Amanda Ward, making fun of people. Why are Jason and Amanda Ward doing anything in tandem? Aren't they divorced now? I guess they're making fun of people separately. It is sad. It's very, very sad. Yeah, I'm a Luke Skywalker fan. I admit it. More so a Han Solo fan, but I do love Luke Skywalker. I was happy to see him. There was a sense of, you know what it was? God, all of this stuff is interconnected somehow, because I really had a sense of well-being after seeing Luke Skywalker. Other people were crying about it, but me and you, Cecil, we were like, we're going to have a good day today for some reason.
I liked it. Yeah, no, I definitely was very happy. I mean, I wasn't, you know, emotional, but I was definitely like happy to see it, and it was like a good feeling. It was like, all right, fucking yes, something.
I just figured I'm going to buy Star Wars stuff, and I felt great ever since. Got my sail barge up. I've been stocking it. I got a Greedo today, even though Greedo doesn't belong on the sail barge. He kind of does. I figured Greedo would be hanging out there.
Do you have the Rancor Keeper?
No, I don't.
I have one. Someone sent me the Rancor Keeper. If you want him, you could have him.
Yeah, I would like the Rancor. Why? Well, I guess I know why they sent him to you. Here is
yeah, it was mean.
There's my sail barge over there. As you can see, my Peloton bike has been getting a lot of usage. I want to point that out to people who think that it's just dusty over there. Wrong. I've been working on my Peloton almost every day. I got a little towel there to wipe the sweat off my brow. And there's the I put my Rancor Monster. I don't know if you can see him there. Rancor Monster is up in front of the sail barge. I put all Jabba the Hutt stuff over there now. But my sail barge is awesome, dude. It is awesome right now. It's full. I got IG-88 and I got Bosk, and I put them behind Jabba the Hutt. I understand, you know, my worry when I go into this is people are going to go, this is, you know, there are a lot of anachronisms here. It's the spirit of the thing. I have Han Solo in carbonite behind Jabba the Hutt on the sail barge, which doubly doesn't make any sense, especially since Han Solo was also on the skiff. You know?
Is being executed.
Doesn't matter. It's a collage. I'm seeing this as a work. This work is a collage. It's not, because I had a bunch of people send me their Jabba sail barges that are film accurate, like they have the characters in certain places and they have like like photographs from the film, stills from the film, to show that that's where they belong. I'm not doing that because you're going to have a very sparse sail barge. I want all the freaks in there, all of them. And I look on eBay, and I found that little spider thing with the glass ass. What is that? In Jabba's palace. You see it for 1 second. It's got a glass rear end, and it's walking on needles. They made that. It's like $100 though, but I'm gonna buy one. I don't know. I love that stuff. Rich Speck says being happy for Luke is fine, but grown men crying, lay off the soy.
Yeah, but I think nostalgia works on a lot of levels, and for some people, that was something they might have shared with a parent who's not around. It just, things hit people differently.
You can't control that. Like, I don't think seeing fake Luke Skywalker would make me cry. It just made me happy. But, what if, supernaturally speaking here, Cecil?
Yes.
We get Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley announces that he never died, and he's like 80 now, and he's going to come out and he's going to do one more show because he's sick.
We know you'd go because you always go to these fucking Dawn of the Dead concerts.
I wouldn't be able to get a seat. I'd be watching it on TV with the rest of the world. And Elvis gets on. He comes out. He looks good, but he's old, and he gets on a stool, and he starts singing "That's All Right, Mama." I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry. I'm going to cry over that. That's going to bring tears to my eyes. So I can't hate. I can't say that that's soy. Different things mean different things to different people.
I could say what gets me emotionally, but it's really engineered that way.
What?
Now, if I'm watching, I love baseball. And when you're watching it, when things go good, you're happy. But when you watch the highlights where they do a little vignette about the player that won it, and his sister was getting her leukemia thing that day, and she watched it, and it's and she said, "Yay, Johnny," and then he died, and he didn't know, and there's always these fucking stories when they do that, and they got the music. That'll get me. I mean, I won't be crying, but I'll be gulping, that fucking all those sports things where it's Dad was dying, and I hit the winning home run and all that type of shit. There's so many of them, and they're so good at pulling your heartstrings. Sports things can get me for some reason.
People say men crying is soy and gay, and I agree 99% of the time. But there are circumstances. It should be very rare. I cried when I held Hunter yesterday. When Hunter was first born, that's one of those things when you actually see, when you hold your first child, you're going to cry. I don't care who you are. And if you don't, there's something wrong with you. Other instances where I might cry. I don't know. I can't really think of any offhand, but like I said, yes, seeing something,
a kid suffering, stuff like that'll get you. But that just means you're fucking you.
Oh God. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. The idea of a child who's ill, a child who's experiencing adult circumstances, adult pain is a lot.
That stuff will get me.
But we're fortunate, it's haven't really seen anything like that in our household. But holy shit. Kevin Smith cries at anything now. Yeah, and you know what? Kevin Smith crying makes me sick. I gotta say this. Stop fucking crying, dude. What is going on at home that the Flash finale makes you cry? What the fuck is the matter with you? And by the way, because he does that, his fans think they can do it too. That Mundane Matt crying video over his 100,000 follower plaque on YouTube. It's he said, well, Kevin Smith is leading the way. That's Kevin Smith just crying over absolute bullshit. That doesn't matter. That's what makes Mundane Matt cry over getting a plaque. He's like, I can film myself. And then here's the other thing that pisses me off about it. It's one thing if you're a crybaby. It's one thing what if you are that emotional? What if your emotions are on a hair trigger that you watch, it's you've seen the pilot for Green Arrow and the Black Canaries and it didn't get picked up and you cry over it. The next level is to take a selfie of yourself crying and post it to social media. That is the next level.
You know,
be ashamed of yourself. You know what? Fucking be ashamed of yourself. That's enough. Like, stop being so proud of your gay emotions. Be ashamed of yourself. Do I deny it? No, I didn't fucking cry over the last, Flash show. I wouldn't cry over that. Why would you show that to people? What is that for? What is that, Cecil?
you cry in the shower like a normal person, so no one can hide your shame and let it wash down the drain.
Virtue signaling crying. Yes, let it. Of course. Do your crying in the rain or in the shower?
You're also, if you're really upset and you cry, you go do it in private because especially if you're a man, people might be looking to you for strength themselves because they're having a hard time. If they see you as this weepy bitch crying over a CW fucking show, you're going to lose that status that's needed in some households. So it's, fucking get it together. Not saying don't cry. I'm just saying why are you not taking pictures of it and fucking
virtue signaling?
Showing like you're like, I don't know. It's just, but listen, everybody cries, but no,
it's called being emotional. When you're emotional, you are showing your emotions to the world. Rich Speck says, I cried when my son was born too. Luke Skywalker isn't my son. I'm also suspicious of people filming themselves getting ready to cry for Luke when they supposedly didn't even know he was showing up. My
father cried when I was born also because he wanted a boy.
Oh, how disappointing. Let's see. Ethan cries at watching his creations at DC get woke. Most of my creations at DC were already woke. I was working with, except for Atrocitus. Atrocitus can never be woke, and he's my finest creation for DC. Yeah, I'm somebody who's powered by hatred and rage. Trump. That's how they would do it, Cecil. Atrocitus would take one look at Donald Trump in the White House, and his ring would be overpowered with hate and rage. And then that would be the whole thing. Then he'd be woke. God damn it, they're going to do that. I know it.
Someone just jotted that down. Brilliant.
Jessica Cruz is ultra woke. Yeah, the thing about Jessica Cruz is, again, I like Dust. Dust is another character that it's like right place, right time. I created Dust because Grant Morrison created Dust. So what he asked me to do, he asked me to draw a woman in a hijab, and she became Sant. Anybody could have done it, but I get the credit for it, and so I do wear that as a virtue signal badge on my shoulder. I created the first Muslim, not you bitches with your Ms. Marvel. Dust. And by the way, the name Dust isn't racist at all. A Muslim that turns into sand. There's no racism in that at all. Nothing. Jessica Cruz is one of these situations where Jeff Johns, whenever he was going to create a new Green Lantern thing, he would come to me. And he would say, I need you to design this because I want my entire Green Lantern run to be coming from you, like your brain, so that it all matches. And so I designed Jessica Cruz, but I had no idea what he was doing with her. I don't care. The people who were drawing the book every month are the ones who really developed these characters. And yet I happily accept my paycheck for her that I do not deserve, Cecil. It's kind of nice. I like it. I wish there was a word for a privilege that somebody enjoyed for the color of their skin.
White privilege.
Did you just come up with that?
I did.
That'll never catch on.
I learned it from Will Wheaton.
White privilege. It's like I created some of the most woke characters, and my whole thing was I'm just going to draw what people tell me to draw. I was at DC. I just, I'm just the artist. I'm not writing anything on my own.
Will Wheaton, I think even people like that have his politics don't like. He ruins every episode he's in. Oh, that's Anna.
What?
Hey, Anna.
Anna, do you like the Wesley episodes? There's one good one where the captain gets sick
Yeah. When they crash land on the planet and Picard's injured, so Wesley has to take care of him, and Picard's like, grow a pair of balls if you want to survive.
Yeah, they should have killed him after that episode because that was his highest point right there.
Well, no, they should have just kept him at the academy, because remember he comes back and then he's just like, oh, I don't want to be in Starfleet, even though his entire life he's wanted to be in Starfleet. He's like, I'm going to go on some Native American vision quest. You remember that? And he's just crying because he's like, I don't want to be in Starfleet.
It reminds me of AJ Soprano when he didn't want to be in military school.
Yeah. What's your favorite John Wayne movie, Cecil? Chiach wants to know.
Oh, I like True Grit.
Yeah, I like the Rooster Cogburn stuff because there's a sequel to that. I like The Big Trail. I like his I think I like the movies he was doing with John Ford.
There's a big statue of him at the airport by my house.
Yeah, John Wayne was great. It took me a while to appreciate him, Anna. I wasn't a big fan growing up, but man, I learned to love John Wayne in my 30s. Also, Jimmy Cagney. I want to be that dude in my 30s. I think Billy Tucci is the closest to James Cagney in Comicsgate.
A little bit, yeah.
I see them as very similar people.
Now, before I forget, I wanted to bring this up before, since we were talking about Favreau. Supposedly, he's running interference and protecting Gina Carano. That's the
who is
Jon Favreau, because they're trying to cancel her, and he's like, "Fuck that."
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Again, if you understand what's going on, it makes sense. Jon Favreau would be running interference for Gina, and Gina Carano, her character is very popular. People really like her.
Well,
People
also,
like her
I
as a
think-
person.
Okay, sorry.
All right, Anna, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, I think I can't remember who it is, but either John or Dave are Republican. So I think that's why
John
she doesn't
is.
agree. Yeah, John.
Mm-hmm. Anna's really putting on the baby weight recently, says Well Hung and Dung.
Oh my God, just because I'm sitting down, I weigh less now than when I started making YouTube videos, which is like 3 pounds less, but still.
Nobody can even see you. You and Cecil both have your cameras off. I don't understand. Rich Speck says, just to clarify, I'm just as big a nerd as anyone else here, but I was pumped when Luke showed up. I felt nostalgic too, just not enough to cry like a girl. Hondo was the best in my opinion also. I don't think I've ever seen Hondo. I have almost every John Wayne movie, but I haven't had time to watch them all. Tyra Yellow Ribbon was really good. What's that movie when they are like the three kings with a child? What was that movie called?
With Genghis Khan also.
He was Genghis Khan?
Yeah, John Wayne. Khan, I remember that.
He made like 150 movies. I mean, John Wayne.
Invade China.
Yeah. Hidalgo. Rhino, thanks for $20. He says Hidalgo is a Star Wars canon expert. Why have a canon expert when there's no EU? Plus, Hidalgo missed Kylo Rey incest, and that lightsabers can't hold you up on a wall. Oh, I got to do a video about that. Hidalgo was terrible at an unnecessary job. Yeah, but you know what? I don't think he missed the Kylo Rey incest because nobody knew where Rey came from.
Right.
That was a last-minute decision. Rey was literally supposed to be a nobody, and that was the entire point of what Rian Johnson was saying. Rian Johnson was saying you don't have to just belong to this one family in order to have power or have an identity. Then it's a family dynasty situation. Rey comes from nowhere. It's the Force. They couldn't do that at Disney, so they fucked that right up and then caused the incest problem, which again is typical. I mean, Star Wars does rhyme. There was an incest situation in the Lucasfilm stuff too. Lucas stuff. John Wayne drinks SJW Tier says, thanks for the love, Pilgrim. Thank you.
I'm reading the article. Jon Favreau reportedly protecting Gina Carano from being fired in The Mandalorian. It's been nearly a month since Gina found herself at the center of an online firestorm, which is pretty good considering Mandalorian's Cara Dune. has had to deal with an angry Twitter mob on an almost daily basis. Okay. So, yeah, they're saying that there's been pressure there to fire her. And Jon Favreau is saying, fuck that shit. She's not going. So, big ups to Jon Favreau. Where did Ethan go?
Right here. I clicked on something on accident.
Oh, could you hear me?
No, I just heard you say, where did Ethan go? Sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, I just read a little bit of the article, and it said that Twitter mobs have been demanding her to be fired, and Jon Favreau is saying absolutely not.
Well, we don't. Yeah, I would imagine that that's true, and that's good. I hope he stands up for her because I think fans will be pissed. Gina Carano is beloved, and she's good to the fans. She does not deserve to be fired. But look, we're all going through this right now. Anna, are SJWs being mean to you right now, particularly, or no?
Oh yeah, it's like an influx all of a sudden.
Yeah. I got a bunch of threats. I've actually gotten threats that are so personal, that it's just like, and it's, I think it's the same guy with different screen names. But really, I mean, it's just ugliness. And like 2021 is going to be the year that you fall apart. We are working behind the scenes to deplatform you, to see you homeless, to see Andrea leave you. Like your other wife did, and talking about Hunter and all this stuff.
God.
Just absolute and like hateful bullshit, just insanity, just absolute insanity. And you just read it, and my attitude as I read this stuff is, it just kind of proves that we're right. The more you guys do this, the more clear it is that you're the bad guys and that we're the good guys.
Is there anyone you've ever fired off a tweet or email like that to? Or
no, I wouldn't dare. I would never do that. No, I would never do that.
Who would even think of that shit? Like
they do.
They're insane. That's the problem. It's mental illness at work. I mean, I feel like they almost copy and paste emails that they send to all of us, Ethan, because, well, they said like, I hope Peaches like realizes what a cunt you are and leaves you. And then,
well, I wrote that one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. At first, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, oh, it's just somebody that wants peace to happen and it's a joke. But then they get into like dark stuff about how they're going to murder you, all because they didn't like a video you did about Luke Skywalker. It's like, do you not see how twisted in the brain you are?
Yep. Well, we are the good guys. It's been clear. I told this to Camilla Zong too. I said, you're going to realize we're the good guys. You're the bad guys. You're on the wrong side of history. I said, who exactly? And again, I said this to what's his name when I was doing that interview. Who was that guy that I did the interview with just recently? Dan Shayan. Dan Shayan, SJW. And I just said, he's like, yeah, a lot of my friends were saying that they're going to cancel me for doing this interview with you. And then I said, your friend, when are you going to realize that you guys are on the wrong side of things? When are you going to realize that, you're associating with people who tell you that they are going to cancel you? Friends are no longer going to be your friends because you want to have a confrontational and rather rude conversation with me publicly on YouTube. Don't you realize you're the bad guy? There's nobody who would say that to me. I could bring on Mark Wade and do what, I could have Mark Wade on my channel. And I would not be getting people going, we're going to cancel you for this, Ethan. If I wanted to get Mark Wade on here and have a conversation with him about stuff, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. The world that these people are creating for themselves and each other. It's bizarre.
I would contend that he was actually ruder because of knowing that they were watching and he was worried.
I think so too. I sense a little bit of acting there. Because, I mean, the stuff he was saying was bullshit. Jared Jones says, never thought the future would have so many whiny sissies. Demolition Man flashbacks. Yeah, definitely. Who would win in a fight, John Wayne or Bruce Lee? Well,
John Wayne.
Yeah, I would say Bruce Lee, but after the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood,
Well, I mean, John Wayne's like 6'5" and fucking nearly 300 pounds. I don't know.
Oh.
He lands. How big is John Wayne? He was a fucking big dude.
I didn't know that.
How
He's
big?
a huge guy. I don't know how big he is though. Everybody looks bigger in movies.
You land one punch, it's over. Bruce Lee was 130 pounds.
My image of Tom Cruise is that he's 6 foot tall because that's how he looks in movies. You don't know how small he is. You know, it's like I've been told that Tom Cruise is a hobbit, but I don't know because I've seen him in movies and he looks like a big guy.
John Wayne is 6'4".
Well, did you see Mission Impossible Fallout when he's got a scene with Henry Cavill, and Henry Cavill is 6'1", and so Tom Cruise is standing behind a bunch of boxes, and the way that they shoot it, it looks like they're eye level, even though at some angles they couldn't make it so Henry's looking down at him, but it's like he's definitely standing on a box behind all of these boxes.
Should take a picture of that.
I will. Let me go find it.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I saw a picture of oh my gosh. All the ladies liked who's that guy who's the pop star? Oh my god.
Harry Styles?
No, not Harry Styles. He's actually a tall guy. Harry Styles. I wish I would trade places with Harry Styles in a fucking minute.
Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars. All the ladies love Bruno Mars. You know, because in the music videos, they're able to make him look like a normal person. But then he came out and accepted an award next to Taylor Swift. And Taylor Swift is already pretty tall. But Bruno Mars is like 3 feet tall. And he looked ridiculous next to... I mean, I remember women were like, Bruno Mars. And then they actually saw that. They don't say that anymore about him. Being short is...
fair, one of the things about men that we're all taught by our mothers is that when a man knows how to dance well, that means he's good in bed. And so the way Bruno Mars moves and dances in his music videos.
I'm sorry, your mother teaches you that?
Yeah. All of our moms teach us that once we get to a certain age.
That is craziness.
It's true. If a man can't dance very well, the motion to the ocean isn't as enjoyable.
Cecil, what do you think of that? Do you think, did your mom teach you that?
Well,
Yeah, she told me. Never go to bed with a man who can't dance. She did say that to me. I kept saying, but Mom, I'm not gay.
She said, sure. Let's see. Trencher1375 says, once upon a time in Hollywood was racist trash. To hell with that movie. To hell with their lies. Bruce Lee forever. Wow. A lot of anger there.
Jeez. I love that movie.
Yeah. Anna's blackpilling the chat again. And you'll notice that, you know, is he still in here? Smiller was in here earlier. Smiller A is 3 feet tall and B does not dance with his wife. Lets other men take his wife to dance. That is not a good thing at all.
Yeah, but he's C, a Bitcoin millionaire. So take that. Pat.
That is true. Let's check in on Bitcoin now. Bitcoin, by the way, skyrocketed about a month ago and got to 40,000 earlier this week. Let's see. Let's refresh this. No real changes here. It's sunk about $5,000, but big deal. It's gonna get up to $50,000, I would say, in 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, and I'm gonna be angry. You know, I keep telling Andrew, I'm like, we should just buy some Bitcoins, and she's like, no, we're not gonna do that.
I made a nice, pretty penny on the market today.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Because things are good. I'm working on it. I'm working on getting. I don't. You know. Hold on a second. What did let's see if. No, Zach's not bragging about it today. Zach usually brags to me almost every day about how he did in the market. He's been doing great. Zach's like, you know what? While you were working hard on Cyberfrog today, I slept and made $20,000 in investments. Jesus fucking Christ. I need to do that. And by the time I get involved, it's all going to crash. We're going to go into a Great Depression by the time I get off my ass.
Yeah, there'll be some kind of they'll blow up the Federal Reserve or something.
Zach's funny. Like, he's just doing his thing. He's just like, I'm really good at it, Ethan. He's like, he's like, if you want me to, he's like, he's like, I take care of my kids' accounts. He's like, I will, tell you where to put your money. And I'm like, okay. He showed me what he's doing. I'm like, all right. He's like, I understand it. Like, other people tried to explain it to me, and I didn't understand what they were talking about, but I figured it out by myself. Zach is like E.F. Hutton right now.
Well, you know, his buddy is good with stocks too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Peaches is really good with stocks.
That's good.
Stay the fuck away from him.
Can he dance?
Yes.
I can't dance, but I do anyway.
Checking all the boxes here.
Well, see, that's what matters, Ethan.
I'm a singer. You know, I mean, I really consider myself to be a singer. Really fantastic. I was singing in the car. I was driving my van, my new van, to go drop off the papers from the IRS today, so I can get my license plate, my company car license plate. I was singing in there. My voice was echoing. I was singing "Locked Out of Heaven" at the top of my lungs. Boy, I sounded good.
Can I borrow that kidnap van? I got to go pick some peaches.
Stay the fuck away.
Just clean it out when you're done, Cecil. Just put a hose through it or something. You know, yeah, absolutely. Just a hell of a singer. I can't dance though. I never really got into dancing. I watch people dance and I go, how do you know how to do that? Like, how do you do that? I don't get it. I would take dance classes. I would like to tap dance like Shirley Temple.
That's very masculine.
Yeah,
I would like to see.
I'd be a tap dancer. You know, I mean, look, Shirley Temple could do it. She was like a 3-year-old. You know, I want to be up there like Sammy Davis Jr. You guys would come to see me for the Fans Fest, and I'd come out like, I knew a man, Bojangles, and he danced for you. And I'd be like, God, you guys would be so proud of me. I know my fans.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be cheering you on.
Tap dance in bed, you are good. Says Kyle G Fisher, I should say. Beautiful. Ethan Bojangles. Spike and Mischief says, I'd pay for tap dancing lessons for you, E. Thank you, Spike. I appreciate that.
I'm more of a, you go to bed with me, it's more of a mosh pit.
Oh, God.
What happened to mosh pits? Do they still have those? I guess not right now, but
too toxic. That's toxic masculinity.
It really is. You go to a mosh pit, you get beat up. You know,
no, I'm not drinking water. People hurt my eyes.
When I am, I think nowadays I'd feel pretty good about being in a mosh pit. In a mosh pit, weight is what matters. You know what I mean? It's where fat guys find their glory. Fat headbangers do really well in the front row at heavy metal concerts. And don't fuck with us. Because all moshing is just throwing yourselves into other people. And I'm telling you, if I launched my weight into yours, you would fall down. I mean, Annie, you would go flying across the room.
I would die.
I really think I could launch Anna 8 feet. I'm saying 8 feet off of her, you know, in midair. She's so tiny. She's a little bird-like girl.
I got knocked out at a Ramones concert once, and it was by a girl landing on top of my head.
Really?
Yeah. It was like the worst fucking. I was at Roseland Ballroom, and in New York, and fucking girl came over the top, and it was, you're not looking up. I looked up at the last second. She landed right on top of my head. It gave me like a compression on my neck, and I woke up. These two dudes were like, "Yo, that girl landed on your head. You fucking went out." I was like, "All right." Went back in the mosh pit, and then the next day I couldn't turn my fucking neck at all. I was like, "Oh my God, I gotta go to the hospital."
Let's see. Stage diving, crowd surfing. They don't let you do that anymore. They don't let you crowd surf. I have some guilt that I've kept inside over this, Cecil. I'm at the Foo Fighters concert with Andrea and some friends, and we're near the front. Okay, I mean we're like maybe the third row at this Foo Fighters concert. It was great, because Dave Grohl had broken his leg and he was still going to perform. He performed in a cast. He had a throne made for himself so that it would still be a show. So I'm at the Foo Fighters concert, and these kids in front of us were so excited to be they had second row tickets, but they were in my way. So excited to be at this Foo Fighters concert, and they saw somebody else crowd surfing in the back. And they turned to me because I'm somebody who you should trust. I look like a father figure. And they said, should we crowd surf? And I said, you want to crowd surf? I'll put you up there. These guys.
And it got thrown out.
You're like,
And,
get out of my way.
they said, okay, let's do it. So I put them up and they crowd surfed 3 people before the security sank. They threw them out of the concert. I felt no re-entry for these guys. They got to see 2 songs from the front or the second row.
Oh man.
And then they were thrown out. As an adult, I should have said no. They're going to throw you out of here. And the money that you spent to get your 2 tickets, you're not going to get
move
your
up a row at least?
What? I got a better view because we got them thrown out. But holy shit, I still think about that. Like, oh my god. But there was some comeuppance because again, I'm there with Andrea. I'm wearing my jeans, and this young woman, comes pushing by us, and Andrea was like, Ethan, move out of the way, and I couldn't hear her because I was like, there goes my hero. And right when he said, watch him, massive, this woman threw up all over my leg, all down. Andrea had moved back. I was still there because I wasn't listening to Andrea. She was trying to get past us to throw up in the aisle or something. She launched the contents of her dinner, which was probably purchased, at one of the stands. Hot dogs and shit all over my fucking leg. And I had to, I said, what? Oh my God. And Andrea had like a bottle of water. So she poured it down my pant leg to try to wash as much of this vomit off of my pants.
It's the warmth of it that gets you.
I had to drive home in my underwear. I took off my jeans. I threw them in the garbage. And I drove home, in my underpants. That was the worst. I would have enjoyed the concert if my leg wasn't soaking wet and you could feel it, like you could feel the contents of her stomach acid all over your leg and everything dripping down to your ankle.
Stop.
So I got it back. Anyway, that was the Foo Fighters concert, Cecil, a couple of years ago. I guess karma is a bitch. It goes around and around.
Right back. Yeah.
Wazoo says, did you get laid?
Yeah, that's the fucking cologne of the gods he got hit.
Oh my God. Did you punch her in the face? I wish I could have. Keep going. Anna said stop. Yeah, I wish I could have punched her in the face. It was something else. I wasn't listening and I just felt hot, wet. All over your jeans. You know how it feels when your jeans are wet? Yeah. It's so uncomfortable. If it's wet with some stranger's vomit, that is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Fucking Foo Fighters. I'll never forget. I can't listen to Foo Fighters anymore because of that. Hi, Ethan. I live near you in Haddonfield. I thought I was the only one up this early, says Richard. Anyway, thanks for being brave enough to stand up to SJW thugs and comics. Hey, Richard in Haddonfield. Haddonfield is Richard, you're going to appreciate this. You guys are the rich kids. Because I grew up in Merchantville. And Haddonfield's a rich town. That's where all the wealthy kids went. I live in Haddonfield. Well, fuck you.
I thought it was Tom's River.
Tom's River is I don't know. Tom's River. We're talking about South Jersey. Our football team would play there. Stuff like that. Haddonfield was local. Haddonfield kids were rich brats, and so Richard. I gotta wonder. It's like, are you? No, it's a different Haddonfield. It's not. Richard, are you a rich brat from Haddonfield? Noxu Cow says, hey, Anna, when are you giving It's a Gundam a shot? He used to be in a band.
He knows.
All right, let me see here. 200 Watt Studio says, hot, wet, warm linguine and Cobb salad on your leg. Gross. Disgusting. Yeah, Haddonfield and Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill was mostly Jewish and pretty wealthy, but Haddonfield was a really, really nice town. He says, no, I'm a transplant from Philly. Okay. Good to have you in the crowd, Richard. You don't live too far away from me right now. I'm up in Marlton, as you probably know. Yeah. Cecil, I have never vomited on you.
I appreciate that. I don't say it enough. Thank you.
It's been a struggle. It's been a little bit of a struggle to not vomit on you. Okay, let's do a little commercial break, and we will be back after these messages.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. Don't read them. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. White boys, comic book reader. Don't buy my book. Don't buy my book. I literally can't even think. We can have a little conference on that. Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Would you please get your politics out of my comic books? Don't read them. What comic books are you reading? What comic books are you reading? Comic book reader. Comic book reader. May I curse? White boys, don't read them.
I have an important message for you. You did it. I'm super proud of you. Yay! You did it! Yay!
There is nothing inherently masculine of heroism. There's nothing inherently masculine heroism. Girls read comics. Girls have always read comics. Problem solved. Magic!
Yay! Yay! You did it! Yay! Indisputable truth.
So, don't.
Hey, everybody. Okay, we're thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out.
Imagine making that we took over an industry and it's fucking destroyed a year later. Like, gone.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. We're going to see what happens with comics this year. I'm watching Bleeding Cool carefully. There you are, Cecil. There you are. Your face.
Oh, why would
Thank you so much, Cecil. It makes me happy to see you. What do you think? What do you think the state of comics is going to be this year? Do you think DC survives?
I mean,
Edie, I mean,
it's all. Someone was going through the titles. They're almost all Batman.
Yeah,
they're cutting. They're down to fucking brass tacks now. They're no more fucking bullshit. I think it's too late. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, maybe. I'm looking at Bleeding Cool right now to see if there's anything. There's nothing on Bleeding Cool. You know what? Ever since I started making videos based on Bleeding Cool articles that are dunking on what's going on with DC, they stopped doing this kind of stuff. I'm glad to see Brendan Fraser is getting work, though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he's going to be doing a movie called The Whale. Brendan Fraser's weird. Like,
Is Cecil in it?
No, but it could be about Cecil. The plot could be about me or Cecil.
That's about a big spender, right?
No, it isn't about a big spender. Brendan Fraser is somebody who kind of was really popular in the 90s as an actor, and then he completely disappeared. He completely fell off the face of the earth, and he just looked kind of sad. Brendan Fraser. Oh,
well, you know why, right?
Why?
Oh, you don't know the story?
No.
Oh my God, you should look it up. It's terrible.
It
was like kind of like a Harvey Weinstein situation, but it was, a dude coming on to him and he's like, if you don't do this, then I'm going to destroy your career. And he's like, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. So the guy destroyed his career. He wouldn't get, scripts or jobs. And then his wife divorced him and took all of his money. He has to pay her $800 grand a year, 800.
Disgusting.
I know.
What a disaster for this poor guy. No
So
wonder
that's
he
why he
looks like
just fell
this.
off the face of the earth because couldn't get work.
He got hair plugs, though. This is what I'm going to be doing. You can see it. I don't know if it looks convincing. Because I know he went bald. Like, he was bald. It looks like he got hair plugs. Brendan Fraser has played several roles, from being a man in a robot body on Doom Patrol to his leading role on The Mummy. But now he's going to be taking a much more introverted, serious role for his next film. That's going to be called The Whale. Fraser will play a 600-pound social recluse named Charlie. That's pretty close to Cecil.
Wow.
Who has struggled after grieving his partner's loss and coped with food after isolating himself for his relationship with his partner. The film will involve Fraser trying to reconnect with the family he left behind for his former gay lover, with his teenage daughter being cited as extremely unhappy and experiencing her own internal struggles. This will be the first Aronofsky film since Mother.
You know, trying to have gay sex with a 600-pound man is an internal struggle.
It is. It's literally an internal struggle.
It's not gonna happen.
Terrible.
Darren Aronofsky is a great director. He did, he did Pie. He did Requiem for a Dream, Black Swan. What was the other one? Oh, The Wrestler. Also, yeah, great.
Oh, The Wrestler was good. Was that his? Really?
Yeah, really good director.
The Wrestler was a little too close to home for me. You know, I watched The Wrestler and was like, this is the comic book industry. I never wanted to do another comic book convention after seeing that movie. It was so depressing. It was just like, fuck, man, this is all of our future. Darth Trump, the accuser, says those are some EVS jowls. No, come on now. 600 pounds, 007, A View to a Krill. Toxic Masculinity. That's pretty good too. A View to a Krill. A whale, because he's a whale.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Allison Mack from Smallville incriminated for human trafficking under Nexium? That was a sad story. I will never forget this. So Allison Mack got involved. She met a guru, cult leader, not unlike myself, who gave her easy answers to self-improvement. I got to figure out how to do that. I don't have any answers to improving anyone. I got to figure out what are my easy answers?
The men castrated themselves in that cult.
Well, not literally, you know.
No, I'm pretty sure guys got castrated.
In Nexium? No, they didn't. There's no possible way they did. The guy would be the first thing that the filmmaker. I just watched The Vow on HBO.
I'm mixing him up with I'm mixing up with fucking the other dude, the one with the spaceship and the Nikes.
Yeah, you're Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate. Yeah, they all got castrated.
Heaven's Gate. Nexium. No, it was just women. God, this guy had easy answers. He would say, Anna would say, I'm afraid to take my YouTube channel to the next level. And I would say to Anna, I would say, what would be the worst thing that could happen to you if you took that step to take your YouTube channel to the next level? What were you afraid of? And Anna would say, well, I guess I'm afraid of, being a nitwit, and like these other YouTubers I see. I don't want to be like them. We would go through, and basically I would figure out what made Anna tick. I'd be like, okay, let me see, what are her weaknesses? What are her fears? I would give her easy answers that made her feel good, but also feel indebted to me emotionally. And then I would, this is what this guy did. And then I would have her recruit other women who had similar problems to come to me, and I would exploit them too by giving them easy answers. And I'd build a whole cult around myself. And then eventually I would get the women and I would say, what you guys need to do is build something called a sorority. And in that sorority, you recruit other women to be your slaves, but you're the headmistress. And then eventually you're going to get them all to brand their vaginas with my initials. And that was Nexium. That was Nexium. Ascension Comics, the Chubby Chasers will love this movie. Yeah, I know. I think they're going to really like this show.
Too much work being a cult leader.
I manage it. I mean,
these people, like,
Yeah, it is. I look at this guy and well, he played volleyball with him. He had a whole community, whole society. But Allison Mack was one of them. Allison Mack fell right for his bullshit. Kristen Kriop too, like, was there for a little while and then she left. I don't know why she left. I think she left because he came on to her. I think there was some sexual impropriety and she left. But Allison Mack would be the last person that I think would be branding women's genitals. I have a long list of people that I think would do that. Allison Mack's at the bottom of it. And I was wrong. So I was, she was turns out she's at the top of it. The first woman to do that.
It was all based on guilt. They went after rich kids, saying, being people with inheritances are what's ruining the world. And, people were signing over their fucking fortunes that were.
That was one of the things. That was one of the things that was flattering about it. He's like, look, I don't go after people. I don't try to help people who are losers in life. I go after successful people, smart people, talented people, people who can actually change the world. And those are the people who are Nexium. In other words, if you are Nexium, I consider you to be somebody who could change the world.
It seems like he took a lot from Scientology with like did you
really
know, what is it called again? The Thetans or whatever, Thetans?
Oh yeah, the Thasians or something.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, they're really high. Did you know they were this high? It's like, this fake machine. You don't have one. And it's always these people that are like, they go after like actors and people who are like emotionally needy and needing verification. And it's like, did you know you were special your whole life? And it's like, I did know that. It's like,
I did know that.
I did.
Well, this guy was like, I have a 200 IQ and I want to fix the world. And I mean, you can tell people that, like, there's a certain kind of person. You have I have a 200 point IQ and I can spin a pretty good yarn of bullshit. And this guy was involved in a multi-level marketing company before that, where it was just I can't remember what it was that he was selling, but then he moved on to self-help, and he was good at it. I mean, I don't know if he had a 200 IQ or not. Very few people have IQs that high. If you had a 200 IQ and
140 is a genius, right? I
don't know. I don't know if 140 is a genius. I told people what my IQ was because people should know how stupid I am. Well, and that's the thing. Like, people go, "You're really smart, Ethan." I'm like, "No, I'm really stupid. Like, I'm really dumb." Other people brag about having a high IQ.
Yeah, 140 is a genius. Yes,
140 is a genius, and they're like 180 was Einstein. You know what I mean? Like.
It's and once you start going up any points after 140, it's like you start to become like super genius.
What is Cecil? Do you? I mean, your IQ has got to be. I don't know if you've got to be in the 130s. I would think.
83.
Oh. Retarded.
So below average. It says about 68% of people have an IQ between 85 and 115.
Yeah, I would say that's average. Like, most people that you encounter have IQs of about 102, 100. Just most the average people. I think some a lot less than that. God bless them. But I know what my IQ is because my mom told my sister one time. Like, she told us when we were both in the same room. She's like, your IQ is 1 point higher than your big sister's, and she gets straight A's and you get C's. And Jenna went, what? Like, so upset about that, So I know what my IQ is. Ethan's IQ is fat. I was disappointed. I was hoping that I would have 180 IQ. I want to believe that about myself.
But you did get tested. I think the highest you'll ever test is when you're like 14.
That's when we got our tests. Yeah, they put us through, and I don't even know if it means anything anymore. People are kind of discounting IQ testing as racist. Everything's racist, but
That's just because people are stupid.
Yeah. Probably it's, you know, you're unhappy with your results if you say that it's racist. You know. But anyway,
I have a feeling I would accuse it of being racist.
yeah. I'm about to accuse everybody of being racist. You know. It works. You just call people racist.
I think it's starting to lose its power, though. It's what we were talking about the other day. Somebody in the chat said it's the new jerk. It's like, yeah, like it's being thrown around. So it's like, wait, you mildly disagree with me? You're a racist. It's like,
yeah, but I'm getting woke though, because like I'm watching Howard Stern videos on YouTube so I can draw. And Howard Stern used the word wigger a bunch of times. While it was this thing about the Jesus twins they were setting up, and he was asking them. And when he did it, I went like this. And then he said, you know what? It's just a white. And then he used the N word. And this was on the radio in 1997, you know. And I was like, holy shit. Like, how has Howard Stern avoided being canceled? Like, I guess.
Because he calls for the cancellation of, you know, he supports the right candidates, and he's done everything you need to do.
You know, but I would say this, like a year ago, I wouldn't have cringed so much at that word. You know what I mean? At the W word, as it were. But just recently, and it happened because Ro Kabir called Dan Fraga one. And everybody went nuts about it and said, you know, that's obviously, even Dan didn't like it. Dan was just like, well, I'm sorry, what? You know, and then I went, oh, that's not a nice word. I didn't realize that. It's a word that's been around since I was in grade school, casually uttered, but yeah, we shouldn't be saying that word. So I guess like it's seeping in. PC, as much as I want to fight it off, PC just kind of seeps in, doesn't it?
Seeps in, and so does fear. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people, whether you realize it or not, you're going to be, you know, afraid to say things now.
Stern bends over for the right people. He's bending. I can't listen to Stern now.
Oh, it's on. Yeah, it's
unlistenable.
Yeah.
Does he still do like sex talk? Is he still like talking about women and treating them like whores?
No,
or
I would doubt that highly.
And part of it's getting older, I guess. But yeah, I mean, and I'm listening to old Stern stuff, especially with Artie Lang. Just amazing. Howard Stern went through a period of time when he had Artie Lang on the show, where it was just a golden period. Everything was great. Artie was extremely funny, but was falling apart. He's kind of like Cecil. You know, Cecil would kind of be the Artie Lang of this show. Drunk.
I'll try to avoid that fate.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Stick around. But I could listen to that stuff forever. There's just not enough of it for me. But I also like the Jesus twins. And the Jesus twins came in, these two arrogant kids from LA.
That was
sort of
that was
everyone around.
When they were offered the record content, the record deal, and turned it down.
Yes. We just turned you down, douchebag. God.
One of them recently killed himself.
Yeah, one of them's dead. By the way, the other thing was I was listening to an interview from this kid who was in a group called LFO. It was like a boy band that was around the NSYNC period of time. Anna, do you remember LFO?
No.
Is that like...
is it LMFAO?
No, it's just LFO.
Let me see.
It stood for Light Funky Ones. 3 guys. And they had a song like, I like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's them.
Those guys. Yeah, like they had one of the guys in there. He was talking about how that guy, the guy who put up the money for all those boy bands, he's like, I'm going to send you to California, and you're going to have to jerk this guy off. You're going to have to show him your penis. And, you know, like whatever that guy's name was, he's in jail now.
Lou Pearlman.
Lou Pearlman, yeah. And he was talking about how Lou Pearlman also would chase him and his friends around, you know. This guy wanted he was basically Harvey Weinstein, but for boy bands. And it turns out like LFO, like 3 of them, or there were 3 of them, and 2 of them died already. They're little kids. Yeah, like one of them died of leukemia. The other one died of like cancer. And so now there's only like F, I guess. I don't know. LFO. It's just F. The one guy left. GK once says, "Oh yeah, I hated that song. I did hated that song too."
It reminds me of the other one. Wasn't there like a song the same summer? It was like Len was the name of the band, Len.
Yeah, that was great.
And it was like "Steal My Sunshine" or some shit like that.
I listened to that song 100 times in a row. I got it like I went to Tower Records, and Tower Records went through this thing, and I was so poor. I had my poor period, like Zach did. It's like 1998, and loved CDs. Tower Records was making these free compilation CDs every month. Like, here's what's hot, and you could get them at the counter. They were just free collections of CDs, and Len was on there. That was the first song. It was a brand new song, and I listened to that and went, "Damn, this is good. This is like a cupcake." I listened to it 100 times in a row, and then it became a hit. Mark Walters hated that damn song. You hated "Steal My Sunshine"? I was lying in the grass a Sunday morning of last week. Anna, do you remember "Steal My Sunshine"?
I have to hear it.
You were like 3 when that song came out.
I mean, I listen to music that, came out before I was born, so it depends.
Well, me too.
One, but not that other one. Yeah, it's not bad.
I like pop music, though. I still like it, I do like it. Zay Comics says, I rewatched all the old Stern stuff on YouTube. It is so good. Artie was amazing. You ever see Stern had a TV show back in the day and he did blackface on it? Yeah, he would have done that. He would have been the first guy to do stuff like that. I mean, here's the thing. Stern, this is what's astonishing. Stern is the reason why people, like, Stern had transgendered people, like recurring cast members who were transgendered, and he would just make fun of them. I mean, like, really bad, like over the, the sudden kind of trans rights thing. Boy, that pivot for him. He had characters on there that would come on all the time. Blue Iris, these other characters that were trans. He would talk about how they were, masculine and smell bad.
Elliot Often.
Elliot Often was like a transvestite. He wasn't transgendered. That guy would come in and just start screaming.
Well, they would have contests like, can you guess which girl is a guy? Mm-hmm. And I mean, they would do all shit like that.
You can't. Can't exist now. Like,
he was chastising somebody over like the most trivial. This was like 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. It was like the most trivial infraction of like what would be considered like political correctness. I mean, and he was just dressing this guy down. I can't remember what it was, but I was just like, how in the fuck does he have the nerve, this guy, to sit here and just be preaching the book of political correctness? It's like
most of your fans became anti-PC because of you, Howard. I mean, it's like, to the point where, it's like Howard. The one thing that's interesting is like a lot of Stern's fans who became his employees would want to do things because they thought that that's who Howard was. And Howard would be like, that's not cool. Like, don't do that stupid shit. Like, that's not who, what we do around here. Like, I'm trying to think of an example of that. But like, Howard put off this attitude that you should just be an asshole all the time. Like, that's what his fans picked up on. And then, you'd have those guys come and work for him. And Howard would have to just be like, shit, what did I create?
If you want to watch something great, watch the Hank the Angry Dwarf versus Gary in music trivia. That's one of my favorite fucking. He's blind drunk and he's answering like the most obscure questions, like without even like on a script. He knew the answers. Like
Hank the Dwarf did.
Yeah, he's like an idiot savant. He knows everything about music. And they were just like, holy shit, they were like, I remember he said, they asked what band Peter Frampton's from, Humble Pie. And before he even, like, he's just, rattling off the answers, and they're just like, and he's wasted. And, Gary's, been in radio and everything for his whole life, and he's just like getting killed by him.
Yeah, Howard's. I'm sorry, Anna.
I don't know. It just sounds like my dad. It's like you name a band and you'll ask like, "Oh, who is the drummer in this band on this year?" And he just knows it. It's crazy.
Mhm. I know a lot about pop music though. So I do know. I listen to the radio. I used to watch MTV all the time. You know, it's like MTV was always on in the 1980s, and they would play the same songs over and over again. Madonna's fucking "Live to Tell." You know, Duran shit. God. What is Fine Young Cannibals? Stop it with the Fine Young Cannibals. What happened to them?
What was that? She Drives Me Crazy? Is that
Yeah,
them?
what happened? They just disappeared. Like they won all these awards. They were like the you know, they were going to be the next big thing, Fine Young Cannibals, and they weren't even that good. And I didn't understand, but they disappeared. Who knows what happened to them? Probably ran out of food. People shouting "Bye Bye Booey" on live TV was the highlight of the Stern years. Yeah, that was great. And they created something great there, but I can't listen to them now. You know, my God, Stern must be horrible right now. Holy shit. Horrible during the Trump years.
Is he still on? Well, here's the other thing. That's the other thing. There was no fucking loyalty. Like, Trump has been, you know, forget about him as a president. He was a guest on that show hundreds of times. Yeah. And then he begged Hillary to come on and she wouldn't come on. And then it's like, yeah, this guy's been a friend to the show, a friend to you. Like, don't matter. It's like he knew the way the wind was blowing with political correctness. It was like
he immediately fell in line, didn't he?
Fucking right in line. But here's the other thing. Here's why he's a coward is he has fuck you money. He doesn't have to bend for anybody.
That's why he is a coward. He should be able to say whatever he wants to say. I mean, he's a literal billionaire. So he could just be like, you want to kick me off the air? Serious? You want to do that? Like, okay.
Nobody's buying fucking Sirius for him anymore. I mean, I have it. I have it on my car. I haven't tuned in 2 years at least.
You know, Joe Rogan, they're attacking Joe Rogan over having Alex Jones on. And this was really neat. His producer came out and said, Joe Rogan's got the biggest podcast in the world. He has complete creative control over it. We're overjoyed to be a part of it. And that was it. Nobody needed to say, well, make any judgments about who Alex Jones is or anything like that. It's that this guy's creating entertainment. He's wildly successful. We have an agreement with him that he has complete creative control. Any further questions? And that's all you have to do. I mean, with these people. And, you know, it'd be great if Howard was that way, too. John Wayne Drinks SJW's Tears says, Howard Stern was a con artist from the very beginning. He railed against celebrities, but he secretly wanted to be loved by all celebrities.
Yeah.
That's not being a con artist. It's
a hypocrite. He was just, his whole thing was like, these phonies, they get out to Hollywood and they're just all full of shit and they kiss each other's ass. And then the second, you know, he did. Like he did the exact same.
But you know, here, what did he like? Okay, he's a billionaire. He's got a supermodel wife who seems to like him. I don't think she's going anywhere. Probably also because they signed a pretty killer prenup.
When he takes that wig off, I bet he looks just like he should play the Vulture. Now.
Yeah. Does he have a wig? He says it's not a wig. He gets angry about it.
Give me a break. It's got jet black fucking he didn't even start getting receding hair, nothing. He's close to, how old is he? He's got to be in his mid-60s by now.
I'm fixing my hair this year. I'm doing it.
That's got to be a fucking wig. There's no way.
I'm seeing too many people do this. Like, yeah, I mean, I see Howard with a full head of hair and something's wrong. I don't know why I'm just allowing myself to just go along with it. Why wouldn't I? It's not going to cost that much money. Why wouldn't I just get hair?
Dude, just write it off. So you need to get this done for your YouTube because
the way that I look. Yeah, Anna, you're exactly right. Like, obviously, you know, I need to appear a certain way. And,
film it while they're doing the surgery.
Yeah, just make a whole video about it.
Total write-off.
Look at this. Look at my hair. Look at my glorious head of hair. I didn't miss it until I saw this picture.
You got a unibrow.
The other two guys are Dylan Klebold, and so you're the third one that didn't show up that day.
Yeah, I missed it. I was sick. You know?
What happened at school today? I missed it.
How'd it go, guys? Yeah. But no, I want my hair back, motherfuckers.
Nice vest.
Thank you very much. It was the 90s, Anna. It was a different time. You know, we were rebelling against the system. We were slackers. You know, we weren't going to do anything.
Who are the other? Is that whatchamacallit? Is that why am I blanking? Vortex.
Matt Martin. Yeah. That was Matt Martin, and then the other guy was his big brother. You know, so he tried to find a picture of all three of us together, but there's only one. Like me, Matt, and Trent together. There's only that one picture. We didn't all get together for one photograph. Which is a bummer, you know. I would have liked to have had that, but I was so happy. He gave me that picture like 2 days ago, and I was overjoyed to see it.
That's awesome.
I don't have any pictures of myself. I didn't keep any pictures. You know, my mom and dad have some, I guess. But I mean, we didn't have like digital cameras. We had cameras. You take pictures, develop them, and then keep them in a box somewhere.
Yeah, it's. There's like Norm Macdonald does a thing about that. He's like, you know, he's like. Our grandparents, we had one photo of them. It's like, you know, it's your, you know, they had to stand there for like 40 minutes while the fucking thing developed. Stay still. And he's like, now kids, it's like, you want to see the picture of my grandfather? He's like, kids in 50 years ago, say, you want to see 800,000 pictures of my grandfather?
That's how it is now. Yeah, that is how it is now. Ethan looks like literally every kid from any 90s movie. This is the sad thing. Like I probably could have gotten laid more, but I didn't think I was good looking. I thought I was ugly.
No, you could have gotten laid.
It's about confidence. How do you think Cecil has ever been laid?
Cecil has a lot of self-confidence.
It's completely unearned, but I still have it. I don't know.
I know. I didn't have any reason to feel that good about myself either, but
based on nothing.
I had two things working against me. I was Mormon, which was like an anchor. You know, I mean, it was just like God's watching me. God's watching me. And then also, like, I had no self-esteem, none. So, talking to girls, even though so Andrea met me around this time, you know, and was hoping I would ask her on a date, and I never did, because I just thought, why would she want me? I'm ugly. I didn't believe in myself. I just thought, I'm her. She thinks I'm cool. She wants a friend. You know, that's cool. I'm an artist friend. Never asked her on a date. I could have just skipped a whole lot of trouble. You know, Hunter wouldn't be here, sure, but that's a fine sacrifice. I could have skipped a lot of stuff. My life would have gone better if I just married Andrea from the start.
You don't know that. You might have been too young.
She says that too. She's just like, I had to work out some stuff too. She's like, I was very selfish.
Now you guys truly appreciate each other, like truly.
Andrea has a story. She's like, when I was a teenager, you know, it's like, she's like, I was such a brat. She's like, I wanted a jet ski. And she grew up poor like us too. And she's like, you know, but she would still go, they had a boat. I want a jet ski. And, you know, dad said no. So she goes to her uncle and just goes, hey, can I borrow $5,000 for a jet ski? And the uncle's like, well, when am I going to get it back? And she says, I'll make a payment plan. She did. She went on a payment plan with the guy, and he gave her $5,000. She just came back to her dad. Here it is, getting a jet ski, old man. Got a jet ski. She still feels bad about that. She's just like, in your face, you know.
Andrea sounds like a smart lady. Even that. How young was she back then?
18.
Oh wow, good for her.
Yeah. And she's a hard worker too. I mean, she sat there, she worked, and she's like, Andrea doesn't do that. Like, Andrea is great about like paying the bills, and I'm glad, you know, it's like, because I'll forget about bills, and she'll just sit there and go, okay, here's the stack of bills. I'm going to stand over your shoulder while I watch you pay them. I'm like, all right, great. But yeah, she will, you know, it's like she worked all summer to pay that off. The point was, I want a jet ski now. I don't want to wait for it. I want it now. I'll take out a loan. You know, if you won't give me one, I'll get it from my uncle. So yeah,
Mike TV Dub says, grew up poor, had a boat.
No, no.
When
It's
you
very
live on
blue. It's not a yacht. It's a boat. It's like a fishing boat. You know what I mean?
It's got an outboard fucking motor on it, and they would,
Yeah, no, we didn't have anything like that. Andrea went through some stuff. Her house burned down when she was a kid.
Oh shit, that's awful.
Yeah, so she still got, when I light candles around the house, she's like a little paranoid about it. She's like,
Why don't you not do that?
Yeah, well, because I like candles, it's like, but she gets a little edgy about it. I'm like, it's going to be okay. And she's just like, she's still got that thing where she's seen her whole world.
We don't need candles anymore. We've gone past it. They were replaced by something way less dangerous.
Electricity.
Yes.
Yeah. Andrea's mom was drying a pillow, synthetic pillow in the dryer, and caught fire. Oof. And burned their whole house down. She was a young teenager. And so that changed her whole thing. And so they had a boat and they lived on the boat. They had a boat with it was a boat. They lived on that for a little while. Their friends helped them out. But she's got that in her. Like, if you talk to Andrea, and this is really, she's given this to me too. She's like, take care of the things that you have. They could disappear at any time. And that's worked its way over into the Heather Swain character. She's just like, I know what it's like to go from having a home and having personal property to having absolutely nothing, having it taken from you like that by fire, and it's a good thing you have friends in the community and things like that who can take care of you. So she carries that around with her. It's interesting. A is better than E, says Samba Agogo.
Look, stop with the candles. You got all your art in the house.
Why do you think candles are going to set the world on fire? You have a little candle. It smells like pine. It smells good. Keep that on. It's not going to set the house on fire, is it? Maybe it is. I don't know.
Keep the curtains away from it, all right?
I know. You're probably right. I should probably just throw away candles and never use them again just to make her happy, But she's like that. I mean, she's I like her whole attitude about, she's like, I buy clothing, I wear it once and throw it away. And she still has clothing from like 10 years ago. And I'm like, when are you gonna...
But that's because it splits.
That's true. I mean, I still have shirts that I was wearing when I was in middle school.
I'm like, when are you gonna buy more clothing? She's like, I don't need to do that. Yeah, Anna, but you and I spend money on junk though. Like, we'll spend money on Star Wars figures.
That's true.
That's where our money goes.
But we get to write it off for things. Like, I didn't spend money like I do now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I didn't spend very much, except when it comes to Baby Yoda.
Yeah, Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is everything.
I told you. So Zach did like a 5-minute video on his beauty routine.
It's enough with Zach.
He went to Sephora and spent probably $200 on lotions, and he was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to do a video on it and write it off," and that's what he did.
Oh my god, let me go look at that.
That is not worth it. GTO, the public beta test, says, Ethan, I just co-wrote, produced, and am editing a feature film with Mickey Rourke and others. Then I'm done with Hollywood. May I please write for all caps?
You're hired.
See what goes on. That's crazy. Hey, congratulations on that. I like Mickey Rourke.
I'd be more impressed if it was Mickey Rooney.
Oh, see, I would too. He's dead though, unfortunately.
I like Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
Angel Heart.
Did you guys hear they executed the first woman that was on death row?
It's about time. It's a good start. Let's get going. Pick up the pace.
Didn't she cut a baby out of another woman?
Yep.
Yeah, that's all right. We could do that. She was a kid and kidnapped the kid, right? Is that it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, she strangled a pregnant woman, then cut out the baby and took the. I think it was dead, but the dead fetus.
Can we go faster? Do we have to wait that long? Can we just line them up against the wall? You know what I mean? Just put them in a straight line.
How long? I feel like that crime happened within 10 years. How long ago was it? It's pretty quick for death row.
It's fairly quick, I guess. Yeah, it's good. Equal rights. That's the kind of feminist I am, Cecil. I'm very feminist. I think women should have all the same things that men have, including the death penalty.
Yeah, she's not the first woman executed. That's right, Erica. Sorry, but I think in 70 years she is though. God, sorry, Ethan.
How do you? How come she couldn't get her life with like an insanity plea? How did they prove that she had her marbles? Because you got to know what you're doing to get the death penalty. Otherwise, they just throw you in a room.
I guess she had really plotted. I think she tricked the woman. Right? She said she was selling a crib or something, or she tricked the woman to come over. So it was because of how intricate the plan was. It was like tricking a woman to come over, and then had the whole story that she had a baby, was planning to say that she had a baby, and
malice aforethought.
Was already telling people she was pregnant or something, like it was so premeditated and planned out. So
200 Watt Studio says, why stop at death row? Yeah, why stop there? Jack Stafford, Cecil looks so young. What are his beauty secrets?
I always wear a mask. Always.
It works. That is definitely working for you. Yeah, I don't know. I would say if you're a woman who planned to invite a woman over to cut a baby out of her, yeah, I guess we can kill you.
Yeah.
Very liberal about the death penalty. I'm not against it at all.
It's gotta be like ironclad though, like iron, because I don't trust prosecutors. I don't like prosecutors. They're fucking liars. They bury evidence when they find something. They have this weird pride thing, and it's like they'd rather see somebody go to jail for a crime they didn't commit than admit they did something wrong.
That's true, yeah.
It's weird.
The baby lived.
Oh, baby did live. So what? She was pretending to be pregnant for all her friends and coworkers or something, you know what I mean? And then planned on murdering a woman, taking the baby, and then saying,
this is my baby.
Yeah.
My dad said that he was against the electric chair, though. He wanted an electric sofa so you can get more than one person on it at a time. My dad would say stuff like that. Worst thing my dad ever said, we were at the comic convention in Philadelphia, 90s, early 90s. And there was somebody there who was handing out flyers for like an AIDS charity. My dad said, no, thanks, I'm pro-epidemic. And I was like, at a comic convention. My mom took the flyer, said, just to let you know, we have wildly different opinions about this. They were divorced a year later,
Oh yeah, Kamala Harris blocked DNA evidence on a guy on death row that they had the evidence to clear him. She blocked it. They eventually got him out, but she knew he was the innocent guy, and they don't like to ever fucking admit that they prosecuted the wrong person. It's weird. It's like, I don't know, you've lost your fucking soul if you put an innocent person in jail and you know they're innocent, and just out of what, some kind of professional pride.
Yeah, like I'd rather kill 100 innocent people than let one guilty man go free.
Like
Wasn't that the plot of Shawshank Redemption?
Yeah, he was innocent, but there's so many, the Duke Lacrosse kids too. Like they had evidence right off the bat that they were innocent, and the guy was like, "No, I finally got a national spotlight. And I'm going to prosecute them." And even though they had the DNA evidence, was none of the kids. He buried it. He fucking hid it on purpose, like wrecked their lives, and was willing to put them all in fucking jail for years.
That's craziness. That is craziness. I don't like that at all. But I will say, kill these murderers. We lost Ted Bundy to the electric chair. Hold on a second here. GTO, the public beta test, says, I'm dead serious. I'll send you writing samples. This place is soulless, godless, and anti-American. I just want to tell great stories and do some good. I don't know who you are. I mean, feel free to send me whatever you want. I'm not sure what to tell you. You got to work with Mickey Rourke. Remember him in Wild Orchid? You ever see that movie? Wild Orchid.
Who was in that with him? I'd remember it. It was it was like a French actress, right?
Carrie Otis.
Yeah.
And she was naked a lot. Well, it was like a softcore porno movie where he was like, "Hey, I'm a greasy, I'm a greased up grease ball, and I'm taking you, I'm taking you to Brazil."
That's a great pickup line. Hey, I'm a greased up grease ball, and I'm taking you to Brazil.
I appear to have money. I'm going to seduce you with my greasy, oily web of lies and deceit. And you're innocent and stupid. Can't even put two words together, but you look like a supermodel. Let me put my disgusting penis in you. After giving you a lot of alcohol.
This movie had a lot of impact on you.
Yeah, it changed my worldview. All those movies are like that. In the late 80s, early 90s, they had all this like Cinemax stuff. But that is when Mickey Rourke used to be a good-looking guy. He hit the wall. Like,
good-looking guy. He was fucking a Hollywood heartthrob. He was like, he probably was on that, People Magazine Sexiest Man Alive. He was that level of like, and then he just went crazy with plastic surgery. It's insane.
Was it plastic surgery? Like, was he fixing a mistake, or
No,
was he
he got into boxing, and I think he wanted to fix one little thing, and then that's how it starts. It's like an addiction.
That's what I'm gonna do. I swear to God, I'm gonna get into plastic surgery.
Well, he got like a nose job. He got an insane amount of Botox and like a facelift.
Mm-hmm.
But it's weird because it's like, you're not old enough to get a facelift, dude, but he got one. And so now you just see his face. It's like, oh, what happened?
Oddity.
Yeah, 9.5 weeks. I mean, he was like a sex symbol after that movie.
9.5 weeks was the same director of Wild Orchid. Same director. Yeah. I had to be like that. I got to be more of a greasy grease ball. Omega Art says, get a bigger nose, Ethan. Okay, I will. Like, I need a nose job. They're going to be like, yeah, well, we can see why. Okay, let's put you down. Let me see. And just be like, I need it to be like 20% longer and pointier.
Oh, God.
We're going to have to take fat from your ass to make that happen. Well, there's plenty to feel free. That's the next thing we're going to talk about right after this is done. Can you imagine I show up and my nose is like, I got a nose job.
I got a lame.
There's there's a fucking parakeet sitting on the end of it. Jesus Christ. It could happen. You never know. So Zalman King was the director of both of those movies that we were just talking about. Hunter's middle name is Zalman, named for Zalman King. Did you know that? Hunter Zalman Van Sciver. And then Jeff Johns took the name Hunter Zalman and named it Reverse Flash. That's the Reverse Flash's name. So that's how that all worked out.
You were so impressed with him as a director, or you just liked the name?
Hunter's mother loved his stuff. Red Shoe Diaries, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Loved him. And I chose the name Hunter. Traditionally, the way it's worked when it comes to my two kids,
I think he wrote those. He didn't direct them.
Director of those films. He was a director.
You sure?
Yes. Look up Zalman King. He was the director.
Barry Whitwell says Adrian Lynn directed 9.5 Weeks. Zalman King directed Wild Orchid.
Oh, maybe you're right about that. Maybe he did the sequel. I think he did a sequel called Another 9.5 Weeks or something like that. Who knows?
10 weeks.
Stuff sucked. It was awful. It was for the ladies. Okay, the ladies got it. But no. So Hunter's mother loved that stuff. So she liked the name Zalman. So that was Hunter's middle name, and I chose Hunter, and I just said Hunter Z Van Sciver sounds cool. We're agreed. With Ava, it's like Andrea chose Ava for Ava Gardner, and I chose Lee for Vivian Lee. Yeah, Vivian Lee from Gone with the Wind. Two Moon Junction. Yeah, I saw all those movies. I had to sit through those movies when I was married to Hunter's mother. Holy fuck.
Not pretty bad.
I would, well, the first thing, my initial instinct is to just tear them apart. Like I would sit there and go, this is shit. Like that would be my thing. That doesn't go over very well with somebody who's a real enthusiast, somebody who you care about, who you're about to marry. You don't go, everything you like is shit.
See how everything you changed? Now you're like, I'm watching Vampire Diaries so I could go to the convention with them. Totally different.
No, but I'm not doing that. That's Andrea that's doing that. I'm not watching no Vampire. I sat down to watch.
I thought you said you were going to go with them to the
No, I only got them 2 tickets. I'm not going there. Andrea is going. I'm not going to that thing. I'm not going to some.
What if Grandpa Al Lewis shows up? Would you go then?
Why would Grandpa Al Lewis show up? And
he's a vampire.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, it's just Vampire Diaries, and that guy's dead. And if he did show up, I'd be scared. Been dead for many years. No, eventually you just go, you know what? Girls like things that are different from what I like. And I need to just be happy that they like something and not be, I think there are so many people who are not interested in things. Like 90% of the people around you are boring. Like you go, well, do you like Star Wars? No, not really. They just really don't. When I said that only 5% of women like Star Wars, these bitches went crazy on me. They went absolutely ham on me. They went ape. They went ham planet. But it's like, it's true. Like the real world is not the world of Raylos. The real world is full of people who are dullards and have nothing to say about Star Wars. And that's how I determine if you're interesting or not.
Let me see. I know one thing that I like that Anna likes.
What?
Peaches.
Stay the fuck away from me, weirdo.
Peaches comes in Cecil's can.
And
he took it like a man. Yeah, that's a mess. I really hope that Cecil, you do not steal peaches.
You never know.
Stay away.
Well, it's likely that you
I like that Anna looks at me and thinks this guy's competition.
He's a threat, yeah.
Well, no, it's I wouldn't put it past you to roofie him when you saw him.
Now I'm an amoral degenerate that roofies people. That's the vibe I'm throwing.
I just think you'll see him and you'll see how handsome he is and that you guys have a lot in common and you'll do whatever it takes.
All right.
Why?
Challenge accepted.
Because men do weird things when they're drunk, Ethan. So I was at a Hanukkah party for Jesse, and there was this guy there and he was a big dude, which is where this fear kind of came from, because I never had to worry about, oh my gosh, I might have to fight off a full-grown, 6-something man from, touching my boyfriend. And it was the most bizarre experience. But this dude was, as he got drunker and drunker, he got closer and closer to Peaches, and so Peaches is, obviously very hairy. And so he had this sweater that had a zipper and you could see some of his chest hair. And the guy was obsessed with trying to unzip Peaches' sweater. And lucky Peaches is really strong, so he held him back. But it was just in that moment, I was so afraid that this guy who was straight with his girlfriend there was just all over my boyfriend. So now I'm just terrified because I'm like, what if, some guy says he's straight and he isn't, and he's trying to get my boyfriend. So,
I guarantee none of that happened.
No, it did happen.
With another gay rape Hanukkah statistic?
Yeah, guys don't really do that. Guys don't really, straight guys don't really just decide to, you don't have to worry about it, is what I want to say.
It's a tough sales pitch. You know what I mean? That's why when people are like, oh, you convince somebody to be gay, or I'm like, that's a fucking, that's a great fucking sales pitch. If you can convince somebody, it's there's not, no. It's
gay for pay doesn't exist, for example. It just doesn't exist. There's a gay for pay thing. No, the amount of money. You know, there just isn't. Wouldn't do it. Cecil might. When I said gay for pay, there's no amount of money. Cecil, shut up. Cecil.
Look, no amount of money. Come on, no amount of money.
No amount of money for real. No, for real.
I don't know.
No.
No money, even if someone said something crazy like $800, still no.
You know what? Like every now and then you hear, like, for one thing, I thought women who were in pornos were making good money. I thought they were making good money. They're not. They get like $500 a scene. Is that what you heard too, or is that just?
Yeah. They make their money at clubs as featured dancers.
That's hard work, but I guess you were. That's where you get your money.
Know that, Cecil.
I don't want to talk about it right now.
Yeah, I mean it's like $500 because I've thought about starting my own pornography company. You know, just get a studio, start making pornography. But I was like, it'd be way too expensive. I can't pay all these actresses. You know,
porn's over, by the way, right? Fuck Google too's got it. They all have OnlyFans now.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, isn't that great? Think about that. OnlyFans. It's like, I'm not going to be exploited by Ethan Van Sciver anymore. I'm going to do my own.
And think about it. It happened during the pandemic when they stopped all filming. So people want new content. They went and that's it. I don't think the porn industry is going to recover from that.
Here's GTO, the public beta test again. He says, Mickey was friendly but virulently anti-Trump. I just assumed that. I have to maintain some anonymity at the moment. I live in New Jersey and went to school at Rowan, right near Marlton. Interesting. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not, just as a general matter of course, I'm not hiring people to write for All Caps. I don't have a series of comics. It's not like I have, it's not like I'm Stan Lee and I have 18 titles, and I need to hire talent to produce them. It's just stuff that I'm doing.
Ask him if he wants to write Cash Grab. I got to get on that.
I mean, look, we'll see. Let me know who you are. And we'll see what's up with that. But anyway, me starting a porno company in my garage, porno studio. You can't do it. You can't make a living at that anymore.
What, porno?
Yeah, these guys all have nice houses in the porno videos.
No, they use real estate houses that are for sale. They rent it for the day.
Is that the way they do it? Really? I always thought these were the homes of the porn impresarios who were just no. Oh, rentals. Okay.
It's usually a house that's been on the market for a while, and they could do a shoot. They could do a shoot.
That makes me not want to do it as much. Now that you said that, now that you let me in, I'm less likely to starting All Caps.
You sure you want to get into porn this late in life? I mean,
yeah, I think that's when you do it. I mean, look at Boogie Nights.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Like I would see myself as that kind of a guy. Burt Reynolds, sitting there directing all my actors and actresses.
It's just like the music industry. The music, listen, once you stop selling, tapes and DVDs,
yeah,
it's pirated.
Yeah, but I would get back into the old stuff. I'd be like, okay, we're going to be doing a porno in which we're all Amish. It's called The Wetness, and action. I could do stuff like that.
An all Amish porn.
Yeah, why not? All Faps comics. All Faps. All Faps video. All right, whatever. I won't do it. You guys talk me out of it. It was just a thought. I'd like to. My kids would be so proud. What's your father do? He's a porno impresario.
He's in pictures.
He's always screen testing. He's always doing the screen test. Oh God. Yeah. Okay, we won't do it. Fine. You guys, it's just a thought. It was just a thought. All right, let me see some super chats here. I think I read. I've stayed on top of it pretty well, Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
Get a lot of criticism from people about, how I do not read super chats. Anna gets those too.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
she
yelling at her.
was kite the last time. Everything was going right by her.
Yeah, I tried rewatching that stream and I can't do it. But one of you guys got me copyright striked. I think it was you, Cecil.
No, I didn't share anything.
Well, there's when it shows like what it got flagged for, it's some picture of you, and I guess there was music.
It's Cecil. Cecil did it. David Feed says, my ex made me watch Deep Blue, the weird dolphin movie. And I said, that's the worst movie ever. She and her sister started crying. And that's the thing. You can't do that. People have feelings about things that they like. And you just can't, you just can't break their hearts like that. John Wayne Drinks SJW Tears said, please search Howard Stern's leaked meeting on YouTube. Uh-oh. That's going to make me hate Howard Stern. I'm enjoying him right now. Junkie McAstle says, I'll gladly back an Indiegogo for Encino Man 2, starring Sean Astin, Pauly Shore, Brendan Fraser, and Ethan Van Sciver. I have a soft spot in my heart for Encino Man.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I had trouble getting girls, Cecil, but the girls that I got mostly,
they look like cave women.
No. I got hot girls. I got beautiful girls when I was
younger.
younger.
Where were you going with Encino Man? I thought it had a cave.
No. So I'm sitting there working at the Cherry Hill Mall doing caricatures. And these girls come up to me and they're like, introduce themselves. They're like, hey, we're going out. We're going to the movies. You want to come? And I was like, okay. We went to Encino Man. And then one of them, we were in the movie theater watching Encino Man. And one of them used her hand on me.
Oh.
I was like 18. It was all right.
Encino Man.
Encino Man, yeah. So when I when I think of Pauly Shore, now it takes me back.
Hey, buddy.
Stop wheezing the juice. Yeah. I could have done better. I could have done better when I was a kid than I did. I always tell Hunter this. I love the chat. The chat hates this shit. I always tell Hunter this. I'm like, you got to get out there. You understand you're never going to look as good as you do now ever again. You get out there and get these ladies. I'm going to be the opposite.
Show them that picture of you. Be like, behold the ravages of time.
You understand? That's how it is. That's how it is. All right, let me see here. Jack Saffer wants to know what your beauty secrets are. We read that one.
Also, the inside of this mask is filled with oil of Olay, so it's always moisturizing.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about grandparents? LOL. Imagine how many nudes and explicit videos there will be of kids' grandparents in 50 years' time, says Captain Chokeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody has everybody's made porno now, except for me. Let's see. Man Cow told me Stern wears a wig. He saw him adjusting it backstage at America's Got Talent. Then again, Man Cow would say that. They hate each other, says Zaid Comics. A lot of people.
I would just guess that why he has like fucking long jet black hair, fucking that hasn't receded an inch in fucking 50 years.
Yeah, his father's bald.
His father's bald. And he looks so much like his father now. It's crazy. Yeah, it's full of shit.
The Chubby Chasers will love this movie. Oh, King Harkinian says, can we hear Cecil say 3, 2, 1, let's sausage? I don't know. You don't have to.
3, 2, 1, let's sausage.
What is that? Do you know what
I have no idea.
Chris Stanley sent me a poop sticker. Charlie's London says, oh God, I was happy you were still streaming and decided to tune in while eating my breakfast. LOL. Was that safe? Morning, Anna. Morning, Cecil. Love you. Hey, Charlie's.
Morning.
Oh, that's the vomit story. That was the vomit at the Foo Fighters story.
Oh.
Telling a lot of stories today. EVS is a good tapper in a bag in the restrooms. Says 200 Watt Studio. Is that like gay? What's a tapper in the bag?
Remember they caught that that congressman in the Minneapolis airport because he was doing like a tap routine. That means you're gay and want gay sex.
Oh yeah. But what does the bag mean? Tapper in a bag. Oh, you know what? You know what I heard? Where did I see this? This was in a movie or something. I think it was in a movie where what you do is you have 2 big bags, shopping bags, and you put them on either side of you in a restroom. So the guy you're sitting in a stall. The guy puts his feet in each bag. So you're flowing this dude on the toilet. They can't tell because it just looks like you put your shopping bags down. You're busy shopping at Macy's. You're not blowing a dude. You're just.
Let me tell the kids the best way to pick up a guy in the bathroom. You don't need to do a tap dance and do all that. You just take your dick out and you just say, "Buddy, does this look swollen to you?"
Oh God. All right. Oh, that was because it was a Shirley Temple. I was talking about becoming a tap dancer. Wow. I see where that came from. Trencher 1375 says, "Oh, that was racist trash." Thanks for the love, Pilgrim, says John Wayne. Just catching up here. Okay, right that. My girlfriend's husband cried when my son was born, says well. I don't know. The whole thing about crying over Luke Skywalker, people get mad about it. I don't know. I like it because it wasn't me. I just like it. It's okay with me. Happy about it. Doyle Hargrove says, Luke sells merch, Ray doesn't. I don't care about crap Jedis who can't even fight weeds. LOL, why do they keep hiring these nutsos? For fuck's sake, tired of this crap. With some anger about Star Wars. That's good. If you had Favreau on speed dial, what series would you recommend him to work on next? Says Noxu Cow. If I had Favreau on speed dial, what series would I recommend? Yeah, definitely Cyberfrog. Jared Jones says I blame Kathleen Kennedy. And maybe TW is Trump 1, says Rich Speck. Rich Speck says, I still laugh at morons who use the fact that Bill Clinton was president and Cyberfrog as you getting political in comics. That was weird. It completely wasn't,
Would they expect to keep having elections after the world is taken over by aliens?
Yeah. I just had him in there because I was like, this is a specific point in time that I want to reference. We all remember it. You remember that. So, except for Anna, she was like 1 year old.
I don't think I was 5.
Yeah, you're 5 when that happened, boy. We finally figured out how old you are. So you were born in 93.
I was not born in 93.
If you were 5 when Bill Clinton...
I don't think I was alive.
Oh, you weren't even alive?
Yeah, no, I was not born in 93.
How old are you?
I'm young.
Okay. EVS, would you do art for toy collectibles? Fabic is, said Sean Hollywood. No, not unless they were mine. Antoine Jennison said the first gay Jedi will have a brown lightsaber. Come on. Let's see. It's such an inspiration for little girls that have no idea what sex is, says Richard Speck. How could you make Captain Marvel work? It's time to forgive Brie. I don't care. I have no problem with Brie right now. If Brie starts acting weird, I will make videos. But like I said, she's been a good girl lately. She's been good. What are you going to do? Anna, do you have a problem with Brie Larson?
Not currently.
Yeah.
I think we all had a problem with her when she said, oh, this movie wasn't made for you, and, oh, I don't care about 40-year-old white dudes.
Yeah, that was just weird.
Well, now she's seriously trying to kiss ass, with her YouTube channel, and then when she hosted, what was it, Jimmy Fallon? It's you're really trying to kiss up to those 40-year-old white dudes that you pissed off, aren't you?
That's great. I'm all for that. I want to be kissed up to by Brie Larson. Show your boobies. Do yoga in tight pants. You can talk about the gym in your garage if you want to. I don't give a shit. You know, I understand you have a little money. Baba Yogi says, Ethan, I'm one day younger than you. I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs. Prostate cancer, F it. Eat the pie. Enjoy it while you can. Also, hi, Cecil. Oh, that sucks, man.
Oh,
You got
shit.
prostate cancer.
Hi, sorry
Fuck.
about that.
Sorry, pal. Wishing you the best. If Doug is sent to camps, will he be smuggles? Says 200 Watt Studio.
What do you need? I got it. I know a guy who knows a guy. I forget yet.
How long before they shut his channel down, Cecil?
I really don't want that to happen because one, I fucking can't stand censorship of any kind, and but I worry about. I mean, it doesn't keep me up, but I'm just I worry about anybody's shit cutting down, but I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen a channel grow as fast as his though. It's weird.
He's good at what he's doing.
He's not on a hit list, so they haven't caught him yet because I mean before I don't know what his subscriber count was before it jumped.
Like 12,000.
I think all of us had because we've all had like pretty good jumps in the algorithm, but then once YouTube sees, oh, this channel's doing good, and then they take a look at your content, then they see who you are and what you're talking about, then they blacklist you. So he hasn't had that happen yet. So
he's gone up 300,000 subs in like a month.
Yeah, and he's making the money. But yeah, so once they catch him and his his little bump stops, then he'll be on a list and he'll have a harder time growing. So
but here's the problem with it. I only caught one video so far. It's the one with the Mike Lindell. But knowing, you know what I mean? You can be freer when you have nothing to lose. So there's a chance like his content is going to become, slowly, surely bending, because now that's big money you could lose if you get your fucking channel taken down. So you start to play ball when you got something to lose. You got skin in the game.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. GTO public test, beta test says, I understand. I have my own titles written and numerous concepts in development. I can contribute and help you build your brand. You've been an inspiration.
Can you just hire this guy sight unseen right now?
Well, I got to know who he is, but I look, interesting. Can I say interesting? I'm interested. My dad says he can't watch Doug anymore since I told him about Dirtworm Doug. He only sees him as going back up a dog. Love you guys, says Ash2448. See what you did, Cecil? Now there are some people who see him as going back up
I don't believe that his story at all.
You don't believe that?
I rewrote the end of the story. He becomes a big hit radio star.
That's a better ending. That's more true, I think, at this point. All right. I'm cold. I want to turn on my heater, but I'm afraid it's going to make a lot of noise. It's cold down here. It's cold. It's 5:42 in the morning. Oh my God. I wasted my whole evening talking to Cecil.
I've wasted my life.
I wasted my life talking to Cecil. Anna, what have we done? Our lives are passing us by while we talk to Cecil.
Hey, I've been working.
Have you? That's why your channel's off. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, why your camera's off, I mean.
You're painting?
No. I'm getting video material lined up. So once we get off, I'll film it. Yellow Flashy just is like, dude, just film 3 videos a day. And I'm like, I don't think I can do that because it hurts my other. If I put out one video and then I do another one, it hurts the previous one. Like, just do it and let your channel, the algorithm get used to it. And he's right, it's working. So I've been pumping out a lot of videos.
Yeah, I was doing it for a little while. I got to get back to it. I'm doing 1 video a day now because there's not a lot to talk about, but there is stuff to talk about today. So I'll probably put out 3 videos.
What are you going to do them on?
I don't know yet. I'm going to do.
See the Justina Ireland, like all the racist stuff that she said, and she blockchained everyone.
Yeah. Did you do one on that?
Yeah, but she just blockchained everyone today. So haven't done it about that. And then the other Star Wars writer, that he blocked me, and then people asked him like, "Oh, why did you block me?" And then he hid their replies, and then he posted this really passive aggressive tweet about, "Oh, if you come in my mentions looking for a fight, I'm gonna block you." And I'm like, I didn't know who you were. I never came in your mentions. But
That's weird. Yeah, there are a bunch of Star Wars writers who are being assholes. I wonder if those are good videos. Like, I wonder if those videos get views.
they are, yeah. Mine have been getting views.
Really? Okay. I mean, I'll do it. I can talk about SJWs all day long, but I want my videos. I got a couple of videos in the past month that have hit 100,000, which is still a big deal for me. And those are always Mark Hamill related, stuff like that. So I'm always looking for that. I'm looking at Mark Hamill's Twitter like a hawk, like a vulture. And all he's doing lately is talking about Trump. And I would love to make a video about that where you just shut the fuck up, Mark Hamill.
Do that. Just say, hey, your business model has proven to work where you leave your politics out of it. If Mark Hamill did, maybe, not alienating his.
I wouldn't say it that nicely. I would just say, shut the fuck up, Mark Hamill.
Well,
like, nobody wants to hear you talking about Trump all the time.
People will watch that, Ethan.
Yeah.
What's a better song, says Rover? September by Earth, Wind & Fire or Come and Get Your Love by Redbone?
Come and get your love. How does September go?
Do you remember?
Come and Get Your Love is better.
Yeah.
You know that song. Yeah, you know what? Redbone's a Native American band too, and they do this crazy like fucking dance when they perform it live. So I'm gonna go with Redbone.
Why did you ask us a question you already knew your answer to?
No, it was a super chat from Rover for $4.99.
That was one of these super chats. Let me see. I got a couple more that I should read. I'll probably get to work. I like it when Andrea wakes up and I've got half a page done. All right. My dad's. I think I read them all. How come it feels like I saw some that I didn't read?
Refresh it.
Oh, here we go. Ethan, don't read super chats. He takes your pie money, says Mr. Sophocles. King Harkinian says the Danish made a Cecil cartoon, John Dillermans. Yeah, about that guy with the big penis. Did you make a video about that, Anna?
No, I did not watch it, and just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, John Wayne says, Ethan, just search Howard Stern demands staff get gay guests to convert his disgusting homophobic audience. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm telling you that once these people in Hollywood get a hold of you, GTO, the public beta test, as I understand. Oh, I read that one. Okay, that's it. I think we're caught up at that point. Thank you guys for super chats. I'm going to get to work. Anna and Cecil, thank you so much for coming in here. And you guys have a fantastic day today. Anna, let's make some videos.
I am going to be on Midnight's Edge.
We are both going to be on Midnight's Edge.
This morning?
Yeah, this morning.
Ethan, you are?
No, me and you, Cecil. It's weird. People, whenever they invite me on stuff now, they're like, can you ask Cecil if he'll come too?
Oh, you're going to be on Midnight's Edge too? Oh, I didn't know you were going to be there. All right, yeah, I'm going to be there at noon with Anna.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a great day. We'll see you again soon. Please watch my videos. Subscribe to Cecil. Subscribe to that Star Wars girl. Subscribe to me. And we'll see you again soon.